The reason I'm looking confused is because the lighting. 1 second, guys. Oh, you're going to complain about my messy desktop. Oh, Chris, you've got a messy desktop. Oh, Chris. Oh, I'm literally just living my life. 1 second. You can have the incognito window so you don't complain. I should have done this before, but that looks slightly better in my opinion. I just maybe need a bit more like natural warmth. I don't know, but yeah. Hi guys. It's Kunz guzzling time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hail and well met, fellow. Thank you, Ellen. Maybe Elon. I don't know. Elon Musk. Afternoon King. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Oh, no, 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 no. Good evening. Good evening. Good afternoon. Good evening. How are you? Have you got anything interesting to say? I had thought about just sitting in silence for the whole stream, but I don't know. Ethan Klein is probably terrified by the anti-Semitic Tsar of the marketplace of ideas, the one and only Mr. Blobby. He is an anti-Semite. We're talking about everyone's favourite content cow, the gift that keeps on giving. Because never have I seen a man who claims to be, in his own words, the legend, who can confront anyone, who's just totally unable to speak to me. And by the way, I don't use incognito. There's no point to using incognito or like hidden browser on Apple. What would be the point? I'm always using proper browsing. I just have incognito because it doesn't show anything. Enjoying a cup of tea. I haven't covered the Palestine action. There's a lot of stuff to cover, to be honest. But this is kind of just covering this because it's like... it's kind of like, you know, fresh, and it's also comical because the way he's behaved only adds fuel to the claims that, you know, I and myself and other people have made previously. No, I didn't get around to covering the Epstein stuff. The Epstein stuff is going to have to be a whole stream tomorrow. The amount of Epstein stuff is not possible to do in, I would assume, under 2 hours. Because, I mean, like... now apparently fucking... like, look at what I mean. So this is a new thing that has come out from someone I know who can, like, interpret this in a way that I can't, because obviously I don't know as much. Rubenfeld is the husband of Amy Chua, and were mentors for J.D. Vance and Brett Kavanaugh. Each Epstein email has so many layers of slime, people miss some. This is Ken Starr, fired for covering up sexual assault, offering to help former client Jeffrey Epstein's friend's sexual harassment case by introducing him to Jeb Rubenfeld, put on leave for sexual misconduct. Like, what even is this? This is just like a cabal of just the worst sex offenders imaginable. Just a meetup of every single sex offender, just like having a chat. Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff. The reason that I think he spoke with Lonerbox before about it, because I know that there was a post on his Reddit that was like, we need Lonerbox on to deal with Chris Kunzler. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, come on, lad. Like, Lonerbox is a cretin. Like, genuinely, Lonerbox is a cretin. Like, Lonerbox, as I've said before, Lonerbox's talent is trying to relitigate mass murder and being like, well, actually... it's okay to murder Palestinians because the left is crazy. And the same people who, like, get upset over people covering Ethan are, like, obsessed with Hassan Piker. He, like, and by the way, I don't think there are any two ways about it. whatever happened between you and Destiny? You had a friendship with Destiny after there were allegations and of misconduct against Destiny amongst multiple things. And, like, I'm sorry, what kind of leftist wants to be getting up to that? Like, hanging around with a guy who thinks it's cool to say the N-word, who's banned off Twitch because, you know, he said protesters should be killed. Like, and these people will cry about Iran. It's just like, what are your values? What are your fucking morals, man? If you complain and tell me, I don't like Iran and all these leftists who talk about it are so bad. Ooh, it's like, yeah, what? Yeah, I won't. Lonabox blocked me on Discord, I think, because I never accepted his request. But I should have accepted his request and then just sent him things. I sent AB loads of stuff while streaming last night. Yeah, if I was a woman, maybe, yeah. And also, have you seen the YouTube channel, It's Sidders? Guy's made an alt-right Faragist turn in his content. Pretty interesting. It's Sidders. Who the hell is It's Sidders? What kind of content does It's Sidders make? Who is It's Sidders? I'm going to keep repeating his name because that's a weird YouTube name. Oh, God, I do know who this Sidders guy is, yeah. And he's just like, Keir Starmer has made the flag PvPers bad. But all of his videos, I was just thinking about it. Hey, Natalie. Did that not go off? I didn't get a notification for you subscribing for some reason. Hold on. But thanks for becoming a member. Oh, God. Why is Stream Elements fucking... Sorry, 1 second. Did anyone else not see that? Hold on. Why am I not getting notifications? Did I just get one? Hold on. Happening, fella. Not much. Chris, you are so scary to people for some reason. Yeah. Why is the thing not working? My donations thing. That's weird. Save, copy, link URL. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I know this is annoying. You probably want me to talk. Let's see if it works now. Okay, there we go, Right, no idea why that wasn't working. Donations 2 can now go. Sorry, I'm back. Now, like, guys, what you have to appreciate is I'm very bad when it comes to this kind of stuff. Right. You want to delete donations too? Hell yeah, I want to delete donations too. Right, I am back. And you didn't even see my meme of saying I am Qatar, but either way, it doesn't matter. I look like Damon Albarn Kunstler. I've never said I look like Damon Albarn. That's you. That's you saying that. Unfortunately, AB is still refusing to respond to my really nice comments that I've sent to him. I sent him a load of messages yesterday, which I'll show you whilst he was live streaming. Hold on. I guess I can show you like this. Here you go. So, it began with me sending him this message, which says, eat more Mackies. Tell your boss to keep skipping me, because he knows he can't defend posting about the famine in Sudan to detract from what is happening in Gaza and all the other things I highlighted. That was the first. And then I sent an image of the rabbit with a ticking clock, which you can look at here. Saying, go on then, show you're pro-Palestine. Ask him why did he post this. Ask him why Hila has been liking posts from Noah Tishby. Go on, Hila is there. Ask her why she's liking posts about jihadi culture taking over the West. Obviously with the, I believe that's the rabbit from, the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland, maybe? I don't know. And then I finished off with this. Hila Klein has been liking posts claiming that supporting a free Palestine is supporting people who want to bring up the next generation to be two things and two things only: murderers and martyrs. Here's the evidence, man. Why not watch it on your stream? Say something now. He didn't respond. I assume I will soon receive a block. I don't even know if I've already been blocked. No, he still follows me. He's just chosen not to engage with it. But yeah, you can tell why, and you probably enjoy that. The comments on the See Don't Show begin. Why not the unhinged ones? What do you mean? What do you mean the unhinged ones? What are you talking about there? Also, I don't know how white I look. I don't know what's wrong. Normally, as you can tell, I'm actually a very sun-kissed man. I spend a lot of time outside. But yeah, I mean, people. Why not delete the unhinged ones? Because generally, like, unless someone is commenting something really anti-Semitic or hateful, I have deleted a few, I will say. There were a few that were really, really vile, like, things that were just violent and comments that I won't repeat because I don't want to give any credibility to them. But yeah, I sent all this to AB and he had nothing to say. I did want to send it by, I did want to send him, and my girlfriend said it would be funny to, but I decided not to because I'd send him a lot already. I wanted to send him to the lyrics by Ask by the Smiths. Shyness is nice, and shyness can stop you from doing all the things in life that you'd like to. Shyness is nice, and shyness can stop you from doing all the things in life that you'd like to. So if there's something you'd like to try, ask me, I won't say no, how could I? I think that it was mostly this bit that I wanted to send, this top bit, because I thought it was very funny to just say that he's a shy man who's unwilling to confront him. Where's the bit that says, from saying all the things in life you'd like to... Where is it? Where's the bit where it says saying all the things you'd like to? But anyway, yeah, I was going to send him that, but I decided to not do that. Yeah. Also, one of you told me this yesterday. I've set another goal, but I've set it lower. Goal. Makes sense, because it doesn't count the smaller donations, which I feel is unfair. Chris Wordsmith's like, what, sending this? Yeah, it's very clever. But no, I wanted to send him that because it's quite funny. You need some flowers in your pocket. Have you seen Charlie Kirk as Morrissey? There's a video of Morrissey talking about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And he's quite upset by it. Kind of amazing. But wait, I'll see if I can find it. There was like there are loads of him edited onto the Smiths. I definitely sent them to someone. Look at that. By rights, you should be bludgeoned in your bed. And now I know how Joan of Arc felt. Now I know how Joan of Arc felt. As the flames rose to a Roman nose. King, I move the goalpost when I want Kunzler. Exactly. Chris Kunzler, what a nightmare. Ethan Pine, probably. Yeah, I mean, my dream is to Sam Cedar Ethan Klein. Imagine that, the full circle of going from the guy who, you know, who created the Sam Cedar thing, which, who created the Sam Cedar thing, which his dear friend Nick DeOrio, valued community member Nick DeOrio, said he would like to happen to rape victims, that he would like to see that happen to rape victims, that you told them to go have a sit down and then Sam Cedared them with their rapist. Community member of the H3 family, the Pope of the H3 community said that. Yes, normal community, by the way, guys, normal community, really normal, that someone who Healer donates money to runs the Ultimate Rape Review. I don't know why some of you think that, you know, this is not an anti-Semitic harassment campaign. No. Only anti-Semitism causes this. No. I listened to the Smiths way too much when I was a mentally ill teenager to hate them because of Morrissey. Well, I listen to it now, but yeah, it's crazy how much AB hates you. Well, I was spamming him whilst he was live, and I wonder if he saw them, because he does sit there on a computer looking up how he can help his boss deny the Gaza genocide more, maybe, you know, and find him women to harass, dig up a new woman for them to show on their stream and call a bitch over and over again. You know, it's just what they're gonna do. Sorry, bro. And yeah, I love the Smiths, honestly. Yeah, I mean, maybe we should just watch the video of the Pope of Ethan Klein's community saying that women should be re-victimized. I don't know, man. I feel like that's, you know, it's a normal thing. Formerly hosted a show called Ultimate Rape Review, and there is an episode where he and his friends laugh along about the idea that rapists should be made to debate their victims, and if the victim loses, they should be re-raped.
There was actually a TED Talk where the rape victim met their rapist and did a talk together about it. You should have that for Ultimate Rape Review, okay? And they've stolen my idea.
Oh, dude, Ultimate...
The Pope of the H3 community, which, by the way, is really progressive.
Rape debate,
okay?
You are debate,
and if the rape victim loses, guess what happens? They get
re-victimized.
The Pope of the H3 community, someone who Ethan regularly now talks about on his show. I do not think it can be noted enough. Ethan used to have Post Malone on his show, and this is now who his heroes are, like who the people who operate in his orbit are. Like, come on, man. At a certain point, you have to realize, I hope no one ever works with you and your dog shit makeup brand ever again. Have a moment to reckon with who and what you are, the things that you've done, the things that you've said, the way in which you have behaved on the internet, because... If you did, you'd realise that what would happen to you. You'd realise that there'd be nothing. There'd be nothing left of your stupid empire. And one day there won't be. That show is going to get scaled back, mark my words. Employing 8 people when your brand's collapsing. Pfft, I don't know, man. Maybe the memberships and stuff keep it alive, but... I think once your clothing brand's dead and your makeup launch goes like this... no company, no real fan base. Yes, it's just bloodthirst. It's bloodthirst to attack women. That's all it is now. And like, by the way, apparently these are like, this is a pro-woke community that's made up of, in fact, wait, I've got an idea. How do you insert a table? We want like a 2x, okay. Pro-Palestine left wing. None, neither. Racist. Okay, so this is a little game I want to play. It's called, this game is called Examining Ethan's Leftist Credentials, okay? So on this side, we've got pro-Palestine left wing, okay? So what can go in here? Said it was a genocide a few times. Said he was sad, cried once or twice. Sorry, we'll put racist and bigoted. Okay, so we got those two so far. Yes, I know Lonerbox made a video. I've seen it. Lonerbox is just like, away, man. Oh, I love that. I love that. Oh, I love Destiny, man. Me and him, we went to Israel together. And for some reason, we got access to senior Israeli politicians. And when I got the chance to meet Ben-Gvir's handler, no less, Ben-Gvir's handler, who took Ben-Gvir on a trip over to America. Well, actually, me and him ended the conversation with a hug. Okay, racist and bigoted. Used to say the N-word all the time. We'll put regularly. Blackface. We'll talk about this in a bit. Posted about Sudan solely to detract from Gaza genocide and famine. Lonerbox. Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib. GHF posting. Nakba denial. Healers Instagram likes. Healers Facebook posts. Healers I mean comment. Healers I'm denying that comment. The fucking Arabs. 40 beheaded baby. We'll just put beheaded babies. Beheaded babies. Hamas hides in hospitals and are responsible for Israel's assault on Gaza. What else can we get in there? Did he deny the IOF? Star of David tattoo in the midst of a genocide. Healer went on a raid of Ramallah. Ethan later said he was proud of her military service. No bomb shelters in Gaza. How do we make the table longer? How do I add? Who would have thought? How do you make a table? Insert row below. Can you insert multiple rows? Oh, fucking hell. This is the problem with Ethan, you know, there's so much to say here. Healer praised women bombing Iran. Many civilians dead. Ethan said Iran is responsible for everything. Lonerbox again. And Dan Saltzman being his sponsor. Let's add some more. It's kind of amazing that, like, off the top of my head, that I could think of all of these things so easily, and I could source every single one. There is not a single one of these that I couldn't source. Suing multiple women alongside calling women bitches. Nick DeOrio friendship. And valorization? Is that how you spell it? That's probably the American spelling. Does it have a U in the UK? Don't know. Oh, yeah. Sorry, we've got one more. Janada, thanks for becoming a member. And it is showing up. Brilliant. Thanks for the membership, Janada. Oh, yeah, of course. Calling a Yemeni teenager a terrorist, but refusing apply the same logic to healer. Friendship with Hen Mazig. Have I even got in wanted to go on a trip to Israel? I don't even think I've got it in. Wow, wanted to go on a trip to Israel. It's really amazing how, like, kind of simple it is to compile a huge list of, like, things that Ethan has done and said. Gave a small amount of money to a fundraiser whilst flexing watches all the time. Never talked about Anas al-Sharif. Never talked about anything. Yoav Gallant. Did I even get in? Gallant is a really good guy. Oh, I guess we'll get that in. Gallant is a really great guy. We'll make it great instead of good. GHF support. I think GHF support's in there. But what I'm starting to see is maybe these aren't really the actions of someone who's pro-Palestine, right? Or like the victim of an anti-Semitic harassment campaign. Because I feel like the debits are heavily outweighed by the credits, you know? Aaron Bushnell, Hasidic commentary, only children he regularly mentions are the Bibas kids. It's crazy because donated to the GHF and Atlantic Council. Yeah, I mean, Lonabox is in there twice. Calling Ramallah a terrorist city. I mean, and then today I learned something else, which is pretty fucking crazy, you know, which is, yeah, I think we're going to have to talk about this, because I heard that they've always been pro-Palestine, but then I was on Facebook, and I looked at my favourite creator, Klein, and, what's this? Klein sharing Netanyahu speaking about the flotilla raid, and Free Gaza, the true version? Hamas is the main problem in Gaza? Wait, what? We need to liberate Gaza from Hamas? Hang on a second. I thought that they were like really anti-Netanyahu. That's weird. I've just found this on Facebook. Hey, what the hell? What's this? How did that get there? That's because no one had found this. This is because Tony Soprano Lover dug this up today. And the raid, like under international law, was deemed to be like, you know, illegal. But of course, that's not really mentioned. I mean, Hila liked posts about a jihadi takeover, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, we could watch the videos if you wanted, but I just find it weird that these anti-Netanyahu people, for some reason, have agreements with Netanyahu, but apparently have always been pro-Palestine. It just, like, to me, I think if you just take a look at this, you kind of find some different stuff, you know? Oh, I mean, this is just a short list. This is just a short list of things that are all provable, that can all be sourced, that can all be looked at and seen really quickly. I mean, like, what do you mean? So easy. Tokens, yep, that's not even on here. And apparently it's crazy to think that, like, actually this is really fucked up and a long pattern. There's also, there's a liked comment about the blackface, but, I mean, you know what? I guess we're probably just gonna have to get into it. I guess we're just gonna have to get into what went on yesterday. Sorry, quickly, actually one quick, Oh, I accidentally just unfollowed Silent Scythe. Sorry, Silent Scythe. Whoopsie-daisy. I meant to repost your thing, but it wouldn't let me. I'll do that later. But yeah, I mean, just crazy, isn't it? Crazy, isn't it? Like, I just find it weird, you know, that, like, that you might not want to talk to me for some reason, because I can pull all of this up, and there's literally more to unearth. There's nothing wrong with serving in the IOF. I mean, maybe it wasn't exactly that, but I'm sure he had something to say. I'm sure he had something to say. There was one brilliant get when he actually did listen to me. Wait, I could probably just get this from the actual stream. Actually, no, I'll just watch it from here.
10 minutes is like nonstop thrill ride. Let's see. So you're talking about other shit right now, right? Now, I know a lot of you guys have trouble listening to Chris Kungsler, and don't worry, I've watched this, and no offense to Chris, but he doesn't really have anything interesting to say. So in the intro,
Ethan, I accused you of doing blackface. I accused you of posting about Sudan to detract from the Gaza famine. Ethan, I had a woman who you call a Nazi nearly 50 times in this video. I had her on, and I don't think she's a Nazi. So come on, where's the smoke for me? Why are your little minions who aren't allowed to criticize you, who aren't allowed to, one of them being Muslim, and, you know, your wife thinking that there's a jihadi takeover of the West? You know?
just of sparing us all, I'm going to just skip over what he has to say. So don't worry about that one there, guys. We're on top of it.
Was really.
By the way, that's like that is just what Lonerbox says. That is always what Lonerbox says about me. 100%.
Surprised by the fact that.
And look how mad he is. But you know what? There is something that I wanted to say. Aesthetic Kiri, thanks for becoming a member. Shout out. I just remembered something about Ethan. I had thought, like, I'd learned a lot about Ethan over the last few months and years, and one of the things that I thought I'd learned is that this guy is the legend. I'd heard. I mean, I'd heard it, but I wasn't sure if it was true. But he told us that he's the legend, I think. Oh, what's going on here?
No, you should. You should talk to him.
I'll debate.
Oh, motherfucker, it crashed.
Who needs someone to hold your hand? So I listen.
No, you should. You should talk to him.
I'll debate all these people instead of you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hassan, that when people criticize me, I watch it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself who needs someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend.
Do legends generally scrub over apparently me saying anything interesting after I've interviewed what you refer to as, and you and your entire community refer to as a neo-Nazi, where I don't have strong disagreements with her? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Hassan's face is absolute gold, hence why I removed it off.
Responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit
Ethan,
that
if
I
you think-
say
if
and
you think
justify
this-
it. You lied. That's why you can't
you
do it,
think
because
this
you'll get caught in those lies.
5-hour endeavor made you look good, then congratulations. Okay.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation
said
with me. I don't give a
anytime
fuck
you
about
want,
watching
dipshit.
YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm afraid of
You
watching
watch
your
11
fucking
hate
YouTube
videos
video.
on your channel. 11 hate videos. I've watched 0 about you, Hassan.
Was mine one of those hate videos, man? Was it? Was it? No, I don't know. That's the legend, man. The legend is the one who does all of these things. Here's the and we weigh up the pro-Palestine left-wing stuff. And I think that all of us come to the same conclusion, that this is an anti-Semitic hate campaign. Everyone who opposes you is an evil Nazi, and you and Gila are victims of the worst campaign of hatred in history. I think it's fair enough to say. I think, yeah, you know, I think we got to say that this is all true. And I got it wrong. Everyone got it wrong. Noah Samson, Overzealots. I think we're all idiots, and really the only people we should bother listening to are Hen Mazig, Lona Box, and Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib. At what point do you think Mossab Hassan Yusuf is like an option too? I wonder if that's someone that they're a fan of. Mossab Hassan Yusuf, the son of Hamas. I was just double checking whether Gila followed Mossab Hassan Yusuf, son of Hamas, but no, she didn't. Yeah. I watch by myself, unlike a coward, with a whole community of people there, one of whom is responsible for the jihadi takeover of European society. Probably, you know, but I guess it's the, I guess there's a jihadi takeover. I think we all knew that. And also, I don't know if any of you watched this. Ethan, like, cut up the video and only watched Madison's parts and then wasn't understanding why he was confused by it.
I mean, even look at TikTok where you try to apologize about some stuff you said. Chris could tell her because Chris responded to one of your TikToks.
True, he's sitting right there.
Yeah.
I mean, not to toot my own horn, right? So I'm not going to say I'm the best, but I am probably one of the creators that is the most open with all of my flaws and shortcomings and controversies, right?
Da 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 da. Play Curb Your Enthusiasm and let's just and then roll the clip of Ethan going, "My life is in ruins. My life is in ruins." Faces his criticism, but his life is in ruins because of an anti-Semitic hate campaign. But, you know, when you apologize for things, it doesn't mean you've ever done anything wrong.
It has been my policy since the beginning of time. Well, not since the beginning of time, but in recent history, kind of after the Gokunaru series, to
Who is Gokunaru? Who is Gokunaru?
address every single controversy and criticism head on, openly and honestly, to concede where I was wrong, to correct the record where I was misrepresented. This is the face of evil, by the way.
It's very greasy for some reason.
A lot of shine. You're right.
Nah, it's
I
flawless.
can't help,
It's
but
flawless.
I know it's not nice.
It's reflect.
I guess I had nothing interesting to say. Like when Ethan, who was apparently incensed about people talking about Jimmy Lee, you know, just you know, forgot about the fact that he said I was protecting you, and, you know, mentioned that he didn't really remember that Jimmy Lee had sexually assaulted one of his employees, or sexually harassed, sorry, I should say, one of his employees at a live show. He'd just forgotten it, you know. Made a video, the first H3 takedown video that went viral. What did he take him down for?
No, it's not that
she eat
she's
some Teddy Glow,
It's not that
maybe?
she's greasy, but she does her makeup in this like greasy ass way. It's bizarre. I think
I think she
get
puts way too much.
I don't really care about listening to this. Apparently this is, you know, the kind of poignant criticism that we should be listening to, as opposed to, listening to me.
Ethan,
Listen to this
I
shit.
think one of the it's kind
This
of
is amazing because I'm really glad Ethan listened to this. If there was any bit that I enjoyed him listening to, it was this.
accessible to all. But yeah, anyways, sorry.
also I think one of the it's kind of like the Elon Musk Nazi salute. If you asked Ethan today, go on then, put fake tan on in that way as a joke. Do it now. Make a video.
No, I would not do it now.
God, I thought it was just like the black challenge. Go on, do the black challenge now. Do it. Do the black challenge. I would do the black challenge. Why don't you do it? Ethan, if it's so normal, if it wasn't blackface, if that wasn't the joke, do the black challenge. Go on, Ethan. And, but I mean, here's the other problem. I mean, Paige Christie is on fire. She's just like been hating on Ethan Klein. A generational run of hating Ethan Klein. Paige Christie is like one of Ethan Klein's biggest. I don't even know hate. She's like an Ethan Klein historian.
Straight Looney Tuning it. 1950s Looney Tunes. This isn't blackface, guys. I don't care what you say. This is an actual.
This is the tweet which lots of people have been talking about. So that this isn't blackface.
Fucking product to clean your skin. You guys are big.
I just think like literally preempting discourse before pressing post, having another person say, hey, that's blackface, but now we are the crazy ones. This is covert racism, my guy. Racism under the radar. This is the point that I made. Ethan Klein, 100% categorically said that he didn't do this. But at the time, he said the N-word a lot. Let me just see if I can find the... There you go. When she says she only dates black guys, posted from H3H3 Productions. Like, it's weird, isn't it? It's weird. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel that kind of looks like blackface, and that's not owning your mistakes or dealing with criticism. Because what I didn't say was, oh, you can't wear a charcoal face mask. Wear a charcoal face mask. It's just when you wear a charcoal face mask and are like, hey, I look black, that there's like a bit of a problem there.
I don't. First of all, I never did it. So I wouldn't do it now, and I didn't because I never did it. I never did it. These people literally think if you've ever put on a beauty product that made your face a dark color, you're racist. It's a
Ethan, you said that Hassan Piker was doing Nazi dog whistles because he had a sword, bro.
charcoal fucking face mask. I didn't do it then, and I wouldn't do it now.
Called the
Okay, upload a video called the Black Challenge then. It's not hard.
Black Challenge, where you cover your face in charcoal. Do it now. See how people...
I'm not going to do it for you to call me, say that I do in blackface. Why would I do
But if it's normal, if it's just average, we don't have to say you're doing blackface. Make a video called the Black Challenge Part 2. Do it.
that? You know what I mean? If I'm at home and I have a charcoal face mask, am I going to put it on? Yeah. I'll put it on. And I'm not even going to feel bad about it. Right?
Okay, Ethan, upload a story saying she only dates, when she says she only dates black guys wearing it. If you weren't making a joke about blackface, you know? Like, and also, what is the rush to defend this, man? Like, you say that you own your mistakes. It's pretty clear that there are people who are like, what was going on here?
It. Do it if you think that was like that was not the joke of it. And also I think it's like just watching him say like no he's actually like
what was the joke?
The joke was not that it was blackface. It wasn't even mentioned, dude.
Yes, it was. We've just seen the video. It was mentioned in the video, man. Like I saw the video.
By the way, I don't know who they think watched this show.
This is gold. This is gold.
But our fans are extremely pro-Palestine, extremely anti-racist, and extremely, like, pro...
By the way, what's the YouTube thing where you can, like, search someone's transcript? I don't know how easily you could do it for Lonerbox, but I remember hearing this. Someone in Lonerbox's community got on his Discord and said, Maddie wants to talk to you, in reference to that opinionated girl wanting to speak to Lonerbox about something. What that was, I don't know. But being on a first name basis with that opinionated girl is pretty fucking crazy. And also, by the way, it's pretty evident that Lonerbox is not like a pro-Palestinian voice, and most people will be like, why were you with Elon Levy? First of all, how did you get access to Elon Levy? How did you get access to Shlomo Ben-Ami, a former internal security minister? How did you get access to Yishai Fleischer? Who organized these meetings? And like, I just have to reiterate, Lonerbox categorically met Itamar Ben-Gvir's handler. Like, he hung around with Itamar Ben-Gvir's handler. Yishai Fleischer Lonerbox. Hold on. Where's the Destiny and Lonerbox travel adventures? Hold on. Just hanging around with Shlomo Ben-Ami. They loved Shlomo Ben-Ami, by the way. Like someone who helped to cement the future, like the situation of the Palestinian people. But, you know, he's a great source to listen to on Palestine. Lonerbox debunks the IDF HQ humanitarian propaganda. Let me just see when I can find Yishai Fleischer. I mean, also, by the way, Lonerbox was literally giving a...
Yeah, I guess, what do you feel like?
Lonerbox was literally giving a, Destiny was literally giving advice about how Israeli soldiers should be better at committing sex crimes. But, you know, just on this.
City of Hebron, which we don't think of way, and another period after the 1920s.
Oh, that's not as far as I wanted. So we need to go further down. That's good to know. So it's day 14.
Which camera do you want me to look? Not an occupation, but rather like the heart of our story, the heart of our identity. So,
is it normal for like really good pro-Palestine voices to not respond to Ben-Gvir's handler?
So that's it. Thank you. It's been really fun.
Thanks a lot.
Is that normal? Is that a normal way to like? Ethan Klein, I cannot reiterate this enough. Ethan Klein says that he opposes the settlements in the West Bank. This guy is like a key figure in the Fleischer Ben-Gvir. I'm sorry, I'm getting annoyed here. Ben-Gvir, on his visit to the US, was there with Yishai Fleischer. Like, they were there in a gun store. Here you go. This is the guy that Lonerbox is in the car with. This guy here. Oh, I'm honored to accompany Israel's National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir on a diplomatic mission to strengthen bilateral security. Yes, I have more stuff to add to that spreadsheet when I call in. Maybe that's what we'll do, just keep adding to the spreadsheet. But I genuinely, I cannot reiterate enough. Look at how this conversation ends. This is the same guy. This is Ben-Gvir's US-based, like, he took Ben-Gvir to the US. He is calling the settlement central to the Jewish story.
So that one?
See you around?
See you around, yeah. That's right. See you on the internet.
I was gonna say, hopefully see you guys on Piers Morgan together.
That would be fun. That would be fun. Or on your channels, which are even better. How are you gonna process all this video? Like 2 weeks of video, that's a lot of video.
It's about
I don't know what I want it to be on, we'll see.
What is it?
I don't know what I really want.
What do you say, guys? Nice to meet
It's
you.
nice meeting
God
you.
bless
Yes, yes.
Take this microphone thing though.
Yeah, don't steal yours.
Is it just normal? Like,
Oh, you see the kite up there?
is it normal to just be around Israeli soldiers? Like, man, you know, the people that have been accused of genocide. There's our guy, Lonerbox, hanging around them. Is that normal? Is that normal? Is this someone who's valued in communities that are pro-Palestine? Because, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I feel like if you just have a look and you have like amicable meetings with Yishai Fleischer, like this guy is involved in the West Bank settler movement. Like, I do not know what to say to you. I do not know what to say to you. The audacity, and I know we have basically gone off on what he's saying, but seriously, this is who you what you consider a pro-Palestine community. This guy.
Trans and LGBT rights and reproductive rights. Like, if I was everything you say I am, why the fuck would my audience be like that?
By the way, that would literally be worse than actually having held up, like, you know, a fucking, like, if they'd meant it as a Nazi dog whistle. Like, let's be frank, how is that any worse than hanging around with someone who's actively in the settler movement? Like, I was going to say it'd be worse, but it's on the same level. Like, let's be frank here. You are having an amicable meeting with a member of the settler movement. Fleischer penned an article in the New York Times, A Settler's View of Israel's Future. This is like a guy. This is a guy who's living in a settlement. And you're having an amicable meeting with him. These people are meant to be like pro two-state solution.
Like,
that's a good point.
Shouldn't I have like Steven Crowder's audience? I'm like the blackface guy. Like, what are you talking about? I have like 60%.
Do you remember when we looked at one of your fans? When we looked at one of your fans, like talking about what you posted about Sudan, and the only one who was reasonable was downvoted into oblivion because they said something reasonable about Palestine, and you know, your fans said no because they're pro-Israel.
Like fucking leftist to liberal, left-leaning, progressive women watch this show.
This wasn't it. We did the white challenge as well. We did all of these other things.
Yes.
What there is to say is, at that same time, you were also regularly saying the N-word.
No, I wasn't fucking regularly saying the N-word. These people have no consideration for the truth. The one clip of me saying the N-word is when I had iDubbbz, ironically, on the show so many years ago, and he was known for saying the N-word, F-word. And in a meta conversation about it, I said the word. Would I do that now? No, of course not. I would never say it. Even
this is also, like, I'm not playing a long clip of Ethan just saying the N-word over and over again. You all know this exists. You all know that this is a thing.
in the context of saying the word, I was misguided then. I thought that in the context, like a meta conversation about the word, it's okay to say the word. Obviously, my stance on that has changed dramatically, and I don't say it, and I never would, and I'm ashamed, right, of these old clips, whatever.
So why not own the blackface, man? That's all I'm saying. Like, that's the connection that I literally made. Like, hey, man, you know, you're saying that you were saying the N-word a lot then and all this stuff. Why don't we just for a second just sit down and say, actually, I can see why people might be thinking that.
You guys know that. So there was that one time, and then the other times people say I said the N-word was when I made a fucking video calling out Joey Salads for his Trump prank in the hood. He did this prank, fake prank, where he put a Trump car in the hood, and then a bunch of black dudes came out like a fucking Street Fighter bonus level and just started trashing the car. And I was like, this is...
You know what? People often say there isn't a left in Israel, but there is actually a left-right divide in Israel. The left-right divide is basically, are you really, really pro the Israeli soldiers who sexually abused a Palestinian, or do you just not care about it? On the left, you have the people who just don't care about the story because it makes Israel look bad. But then on the other side, you have the right-wingers who love that kind of stuff. And even then, the stuff is just absolutely blurred. Like, you know, I think that's probably the Israeli left-right-wing divide. Because has Ethan ever mentioned that story? You know? Like, I don't know.
It's fake as hell. This is racist and it's fake.
You were saying he was trying to push racism, racist narratives.
And then,
but again, you've explained all of this, and Chris is saying say it now.
I'm
but
regularly.
you're saying that you did apologize, and you wouldn't say it now, like so.
But to say, but they.
No, I'm not saying say the M word now, because we all saw that clip of you singing a bit weirdly not so long ago when, you had a bit of a sing-song about the, so your singing was a bit like, ooh, not so sure about that one. But, yeah, like, I don't know, man.
So what happened is somebody who was on one of the apartments building filmed it and showed that it was totally staged. And I made a follow-up video because people in that video were saying, it's real, bro. Black people are just like this, like full of racist shit, N-words, horrible shit, right? And so in my follow-up video, when I proved that it was fake, and I was like, you guys are racist, fuck you guys, and I was highlighting all the terrible comments of people being like, no, N-words are like this. And so I was reading these horrible comments, and by the same philosophy, I was saying the N-word, but highlighting.
Do you realize that, like, this is how Ethan built his image of being left-wing? Like, it is literally just, there are people more racist than me. Like, that is it. And just dunking on them because, yes, they should be dunked on.
Racist people and calling them out. So, like, again.
Paige Christie put Ethan Klein in a spliff. Unk is cooked.
Using it in a meta way where I'm reading someone else's horribly racist comment. So, this is the only times I've ever said the N-word. Right?
Yeah. I guess this is.
To call him terms such as Blackzilla, and says that Blackzilla likes to rape the little 8-year-old white girl with blonde hair. He likes them white and blonde.
What happened? Patrice is unhappy. Watch out. Some kids' lives are about to change forever. Patrice was like, that's that look when a couple kids' lives is about to change forever for the worse. This image is pretty twisted up in itself. She's holding what looks like a phallic object, a little 8-year-old girl, and a big, giant black man.
I love how, like, this is the thing. Someone said she's a liberal Zionist. I don't know what her views are about Palestine. I've seen her videos criticizing Ethan. She's good at criticizing Ethan. If she's a liberal Zionist, that absolutely sucks. And she may put Unk in a spliff, but I have no respect for her.
And so to cast that as me regularly saying the N-word, like I'm just walking around saying the N-word.
Well, I'm picturing, like, what do they expect goes on here? Like, we walk in and Ethan's the blackface just dropping the N-word. It's like, I got to wash my face and do the show now.
It's just pathetic, like, the way you lie about your perceived enemies.
Yeah. Can I
like
say,
you don't care about the truth.
Is this where he says this is what communists do?
At all. For you, it's just about destroying your enemies at any cost. That's the Hassan theory. Yeah. That's honestly like the whole fucking communist theory, honestly, on...
What? Which communist theory is that? Did Mao just say we shall tell lies about Ethan Klein? I forgot about that one, actually.
On like opposition.
Hello, do not worry. I've not even seen that you're here, but hello, do not worry. I don't know where you are, but shout out, do not worry. You're getting a lot of love in the chat. I have just seen a Paige Christie tweet, which is crazy, to say the least. I love how we all just have to come to agree that rapper whose last name is Banks, I don't want the smoke, is mentally ill, but has hits and spits facts sometimes, and we just leave her to yap because she's harmless. Bro, I mean, that's a really fucked up tweet. Like, some of the stuff, like, if you're this upset over Ethan Klein, like, the things that have been said by Azealia Banks are actually worse than Ethan, most definitely.
Well, it's like...
But she did actually go to Israel to do the propaganda tour.
The ends justify the means. Like, lie, smear, say anything you can about this person, because at the end of the day, taking them out is for the greater good, as opposed to lying about them. Go ahead, Nate, sorry.
Yeah. No, I just find it, like, frustrating personally when I see... Unless you're calling out like blatant like racism, like if you were doing blackface and other like white people were calling you out, that's fine. But to be like...
Okay, that's enough. I don't want to listen to this guy. He has nothing interesting to say. Well, I mean, he actually genuinely does have nothing interesting to say. There's another quality moment here. They also just kept zooming in on me and saying I look bored. I'm going to be frank here. As some of you would have noticed, I probably should have my camera over this side. but I don't. And what I'm actually doing is I'm normally looking at the chat, and you've kind of got a lot of things going on.
So, I mean, are people like criticizing her? Yeah. You know?
Rightfully.
Rightfully.
Which I thought she conceded, but now she's like, nah.
Divide of opinions, but after a while, they're all sort of put back in line within this echo
back in
chamber
line.
of the H3 subreddit. And
Yes, the H3 subreddit is one of the most insane subreddits imaginable. And if you want to see the difference between, like, people will debate, and Bad Empanada is a good example of this, of the people who disdain Ethan Klein. Bad Empanada has his own opinions and thoughts about this. Ethan Klein's community is just like, buy into the anti-Semitic smear campaign and pretend that everyone on the left is utterly deranged and mental and ignore anyone with sizable criticisms of you unless they are a woman who you can dunk on. I do not think it can be underplayed that they called her a Nazi over and over again, but it had no smoke for me. I platformed the Nazi, didn't I, guys? I platformed the Nazi who you guys say is reading the protocols of the elders of Zion. That you think that Cruel World Happy Mind is a Nazi? Do you not see the level of harassment that he directs, that he sends his little bots to go out and send towards her? To send this messaging of no, she is a Nazi, and then he'll get his little fan Nick Oreo, who can't show his face again because he is so repugnant. I cannot reiterate enough. You have to have a little dancing avatar. Like I cannot reiterate this enough. That your community calls the Pope. Go on, reckon with that. Is that what leftists do? They highlight some guy who had a show like that. Is that normal? Is that what a women-loving and appreciating community does, man? Do they only go after the woman and say, I have nothing interesting to say? When I said the thing about Jimmy Lee, not her? You have no smoke? You just want to harass someone? Your community saying, the comment that I deleted, I wish I'd taken a screenshot of it, but I didn't. The comment that I deleted was one of the most abhorrent things that was talking, I don't even remember what it actually was. And in fact, I will leave it at that. But I will just let you know that, and maybe there are still some on there because I have not been through all of them. But some of those comments were awful. How his little Pope guy, the one who wants to see victims of sexual abuse re-victimized for a joke on his show, and to get Sam seeded with the person who abused them, is your Pope. He's your Pope, Ethan. That's your boy. That's your boy, Ethan. They got your boy on being a creep allegations.
And that's really concerning to me. And I think that a lot of
don't get too concerned. I'm concerned for your health. You know, you'll be fine. Just, you know what I mean? It's okay.
They're having a lot of it's sort of being used against them. Mm-hmm. So
well, I think that, like, you know, on this.
He's like, what do you do, though, when somebody rambles for 30 minutes and you didn't listen or comprehend anything they said? This is a big moment for Chris. Let's see how he pulls this off.
Topic of just sort of claiming that the entirety of the reason that people are upset with Ethan boils down specifically
He's finishing up his order.
An anti-Semitic hatred is a really dangerous idea because you are perhaps convincing... Well, no, you are. You're convincing people who don't know as much about Judaism, who don't know as much about Israel.
So you're the...
Bro.
You guys know.
I mean, like, in my understanding, these two do not actually know that much about Judaism. Like, yeah, I'm not Jewish. And I don't actually... I'm not someone who's a theologian. It is not something that I've ever been involved with. But what I do know is that I have read a considerable amount of literature about Israel's engagement with things like the Holocaust, that I have read a considerable amount of Jewish thought. I've read, but like Ethan mocks Cruel World Happy Mind, Madison, later on, for like, what books have you read? Okay, Ethan, what is it that you want us to do? Because I've read The No State Solution by Daniel Boyarin. I've read it. You know, this is a book by a Jewish man talking about Jewish peoplehood, the Jewish faith, and Palestine and Zionism. I've read The Question of Zion by Jacqueline Rose. I've read the works of Segev. I've read the works of Gershon Shafir. I've read so much. So why is it that you think that I have nothing worthwhile to say? Why? Why do you skip over me making a point? Do you go after and say that everyone is a Nazi?
You guys are the experts in Judaism.
Yeah, these two should tell us.
Oh, go on, let me say what I was going to say then, or are you just going to skip it?
By the way, who looked at Hassan who doesn't know what the Western Wall is, the significance of it. Okay?
I mean, I don't know if Ethan would know off the top of his head what the significance of the Al-Aqsa Mosque is. And, like, I'm going to be frank here. I've not read, like, the exact story. I know it's something to do, it's where Muhammad allegedly ascended to heaven, right? To Jannah. I don't actually really know. But, like, what influence does that have? I haven't had the blessing of going to Palestine, where probably I would learn about more things like that. But also, I'm not going to do that because I don't want to go anywhere near Israel. Like, let's be frank, like, what would that change about knowing or understanding Palestine? And also, Hassan is not like, I may say, like, I think Hassan covering some things is interesting, but I'm going to be frank here. I would defer to someone like Daniel Boyarin, an Israeli-American academic who is like a professor of the studies, you know. Ethan does not read. He talks to ChatGPT 500 times a day. He has brain lesions. Well, are brain lesions common? Thanks for the $5, Calamity. But yes, I mean, just like saying that there's no worth in listening to what I'm saying is crazy. How can you be so terrified of letting your audience hear what I have to say about Palestine?
He's the fucking authority on the topic. Motherfucker doesn't know what the Western Wall is.
Mm-hmm.
The significance. Okay? Just let that settle in, Chris Kuntler.
I know
It's also so funny how much vitriol he has towards me, but he knows that he can't confront anything that I say. He cannot confront a single thing. And by the way, this is exactly why I made a TikTok. Exactly why I made a TikTok saying, actually, Ethan hasn't apologized. This is just about whitewashing his image.
Oh, I think I can say that now.
Cundler? Is that his name?
It's his name. It's basically his name, yeah. Well, Kuntler is not his name.
Stop putting such a heavy emphasis on the T.
Kunzler. It's so close, though. Kunzler. It's so close. And he's English, and that just is a jolly word for them.
Okay, yes, it is a jolly word for us.
Wait, what?
I promise.
Faking your accent. I mean, I have like such a such a posh accent. Like I speak eloquently, in part because I can read.
You guys won't have to listen to him. He's working overtime to try to fucking put some stank on her ball there.
Yeah, skip him.
What does that mean? Put stank on her ball?
Skip. Look at
the ire in his eyes as he has to skip me because he knows that his fans can't see it. No. Oh, no. What if my fans had formed an independent thought about the things I said and did? Oh, no.
Love skipped it.
She's back.
When Hila was trying to talk to me about how she didn't fully say she did disavow Rudy.
No.
What's funny?
She didn't fully say. She didn't say.
I didn't say anything.
Your guys' best evidence that Hila is like a genocidal maniac is this.
No, bro. They got your gals on Noah Tishby charges. Hila has been claiming here we go. She's like the same thing. That the generation is for two things and two things only. Murderers and martyrs. We should be supportive of freeing Palestinians from the culture of death. Jihadi culture has infested our society in America, Europe, and abroad. This is the same person who denied endorsing a statement from Rudy Giuliani that said Palestinians are taught from 2 years old to hate.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
And the Palestinians are taught at years old.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that one?
Oh, she didn't endorse it, but that's why in private, when she's not on a show, having to give her little apologies to make you look better what you did. Yeah, no. He said I said nothing interesting. My brother, I mentioned what your wife has been liking on Instagram. Go on, confront that. Explain the shit that she was liking there. Tell us.
Okay. Can we please get some better evidence if we're going to claim?
Yeah. Ethan, I got that. I got the evidence, bro. I came with the receipts.
Make such extraordinary claims. But okay, no, she's got it.
Giuliani's statements. I think it was Ethan that said that. But what I was trying to express was essentially, if you have the past that Hila has,
what's that past? What's that past?
What past? It's clean. It's clean. My past is clean.
You think maybe that you went on a raid of Ramallah? That you upheld an apartheid system? Like, it's just wild. It is genuinely wild. That is one of the most it is extraordinary is the only word to classify this.
If you hear a statement like Rudy Giuliani's that, the Palestinians are taught 2 years old.
You don't know anything about.
Everyone else disavowed it, Ethan. Everyone else disavowed it. Everyone else was like, oh my God, when they listened to that clip, apart from probably Zach. Zach was probably like, behind the camera too. Zach was probably like, just got up and started like applauding off camera and was like, woo, come on, Rudy.
I didn't vote for Rudy Giuliani. I didn't vote for Trump. That whole stream, we were pissed off that we lost.
Well, you did.
I didn't vote for Mega Hitler. I just voted for Mini Hitler and endorsed their policies.
Did talk shit about Rudy for 5 years on this show, so
And
we regularly shit on that man.
Always make fun of that freak.
Yeah, you did shit onto him until it came to Palestine because you agree with him. The receipts are there. The receipts are there. They have always been there. You don't say that you're disagreeing about war crimes in Gaza. You don't follow Noah Tishby, Hen Mazig, all of these people. We know that it's there. Disavow it right now. Explain why you don't disavow it, because Lonabox defended it, and Lonabox is one of your boys.
Like
they got your boys on ball licking Yishai Fleischer charges.
One of the funniest people to make fun of. We despise Rudy Giuliani.
I'm surprised they haven't brought up the Rudy coffee.
Like, you're right.
AB, why didn't you just open my messages, man? I sent you a couple. Everyone saw them. You saw them on your little computer. You saw the tweet about you. But you didn't open it. You didn't open it. Because you know that her past is not clean.
We financially supported
we bought
him.
that because we're seriously fans of Rudy Giuliani.
That would be an interesting line of attack.
Yeah,
you're always promoting it. They'll be happy to know that the $15 that we gave Rudy was not enough to prevent him from losing all of his assets.
Was it only $15? It was a really big bag.
Well, it was probably like $15, right? I don't remember.
I forget. I remember the shipping was like 20 because next day.
Shit, the shipping was $20.
It was next day. We got it like 2 weeks later. Yeah.
It's smooth. I don't remember how much it was.
I just remember it being smooth.
It wasn't enough. Is my.
Okay, enough of that. We'll get to 213 now.
When we talk about anti-Semitism.
Have preyed on the Americans' Islamophobia rather than
she's so smart
the
and well-read
behind it, and so I think that all of that is sort of interconnected in my opinion.
No, they haven't preyed on it. Your wife is just an Islamophobe. Why she ask him? Is AB comfortable? Is AB's life made better, or is AB's life in any capacity degraded by the kind of people who accuse Muslims of a jihadi cultural takeover of the West? Go on, answer it. Say that to AB. Explain to him why you follow a woman who says that. Explain to him. Go on, do it. Explain why you follow Hen Mazig and like his post denying the Gaza famine, blaming it all on Hamas. Explain why you brought up Ahmad Fraudmad Al-Khatib. Go on.
What's interconnected?
It's all interconnected, man.
All right, Chris, take it.
If you think about it, everything is interconnected, isn't it?
True.
Oh, shit.
Like the Force.
I'm gonna. Well, I don't want to drop a truth bomb on you.
That would be the perfect retort from Chris. Actually, if you think about it, everything's interconnected. Anyway, what's next?
Wait, hold on. I don't have that in my notes. Hold on.
Also, once again, it's so funny to skip to Madison and act as if Madison framed herself. Like, this is just a really despicable attack. Like, this is a really, really despicable attack on Madison. I don't think you can reiterate or make that clearer, and I think that anyone who opposes this man should be focusing on this aspect. He has gone after her. He has said, once again, that she is a Nazi, that she was, you know, that I had her on my show and that's okay. I had a Nazi on my show and that's apparently okay to these people. Because they have framed her as someone who pretended to be this expert on Palestine to make her feel dumb. And think about how degrading that is, when that is not at all how Madison tried to behave on the show. Madison came on to say, hey, I've actually done some reading, and to talk about the feelings she'd had about her reading. It shows how little regard that these people have for fucking anything beyond ball-licking their disgusting boss and his racist Islamophobic wife. This is all these people's lives has fallen down to. Because as someone who's been to university, why would you degrade anyone's comments? And particularly those of women. I remember talking to people, I was like, oh, why don't you guys talk more in seminars? And they were like, well, and I was like, I talk a lot. I don't want you guys not to talk or feel that you can't talk. And what I said was, and they were like, you don't really understand that as like a woman. Like, you know, you kind of feel stupid. You don't want to make a point in a room and then have loads of men, a male-dominated room, just like look at you and say, oh, no, you know, we don't really agree with what you're saying. And just look at how they treat Madison. Look at how they treat her. They refuse to listen to me because I have nothing interesting to say and just focus on clipped up parts of Madison's commentary that apparently they then can't understand. Madison says that she has done 2 live streams and they act like she came on and pretended that she was this hugely intellectual character. That is not at all how Madison framed this. And just look at these people, man.
Let's see how Chris cleans this one up.
That you have to appreciate that many people in American and British society enjoy the killing of people that they deem as others. You hear it.
Yes. Why?
He is a goddamn professional.
They love. You have to reckon with the fact that Americans love killing.
There are some people that like killing. I mean, that's true. Sure. Yeah, there's horrible people out there.
He said Americans.
In their rhetoric
and British
about
people.
how...
And you know what? And I appreciate that he's not just throwing the Yanks on.
I mean, you may be worse at it, but we invented you. We spawned you, so... And what I want to say about this, also just not knowing, like, the other as, like, a term. Like, I'm not just saying people like killing. I'm saying that people get catharsis from the killing of the other. I am saying that British and American people are unwilling to confront the fact that our societies have been enjoying the killing of colonized individuals for a very long time. For a very long time. And that's just not being a professional. That's talking about something that is deeply rooted in our culture, in our society, and part of the appeal of Israel. That it is the state. This is talked about by Finkelstein in the Holocaust industry and why people came to support it. As the GIs were getting their asses kicked in Vietnam, Israel was rising up as the ass kicker of the Arabs, basically, and many Americans began to invest in that image. And I think, personally, as Islamophobia has risen, many people get catharsis from this kind of thing.
To the bus?
I would say, you don't think Ethan has read Orientalism. The other is just a basic concept as well. Like, it's not... He's given a lot of credit, but it's just like a basic political concept. This is like, you know when Lonerbox was like, I owned you in a debate by talking about a fucking crater and the Bibas babies and his opinion about the Bibas babies and why Israel would never lie. Lonerbox didn't know what settler colonialism is. He dismissed the entirety of Patrick Wolf's work as straight up bad because Wolf apparently lied when Lonerbox hadn't read the essay. He dismissed, and Wolf's work can be dismissed, but he got his criticisms from something else, where he didn't actually understand what it meant. There's a point about how he's talking about how he's talking about Wolf. He says something like, you know, Wolf got this thing wrong and he doesn't give agency to the Palestinians. What they're talking about is how in settler colonial theory, very often Palestinians and other indigenous groups are kind of transformed into, like... a binary category of someone that just gets destroyed by the settler. But in many contexts, the native actually engages in resistance. And this, in the case of Palestine, is something that is expanded on in the works of Arish Sabakhouri.
Like a lot of British people do, he's acknowledging his own flaws as well.
You guys were there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I really do appreciate his advocacy for
Answer my fucking messages then.
Palestine, and he does know his shit, and I agree with majority of what he says. It's just funny. I think a lot of times when he's listening to her, he's trying to find a way. Like he's listening for
to
like,
get it back
what
on the
word
rails.
could I?
That's why I said he should have jumped in more. Like
He's
that was so nice when.
What, just interrupt someone and stop them talking? But I didn't interrupt the Nazi, did I? I didn't interrupt the Nazi, but I'm a good advocate for Palestine. So I didn't interrupt the Nazi. So you guys think that I like Nazis, that I agree with Nazis apparently, but I'm still a good advocate for Palestine? How dare you? How dare you sit there?
He like could see that the wheels were just spinning.
Yeah.
And he just moved it along a little bit.
Evil, monstrous terrorists who are responsible for the violence that's inflicted.
But also, if I got one bit of catharsis out of that, and why I do appreciate it is because look how blank and dead in the eyes Ethan looks.
Upon them and such, rather than ever confronting, like, hang on a second, look at this. Look how upset he is. Look how upset he is. Look at it. Just his eyes glassed over because he can't do his little misogynist bit towards me. Aww. Is it okay? Is it okay? You don't get to be mean and bigoted towards me because I'm a man and people like me on a social media platform that you want to influence? Oh, poor Ethan. Poor Ethan. Oh, it's sad, you know. When you can't bully someone, when your fans can't harass them and make them feel bad for only just trying to understand Palestine more, for only just thinking, actually, maybe I still have stuff to engage with, even if I feel that I'm pro-Palestine. Aww.
And he will not.
That's a fucking malicious, straight up.
Wait, double dash?
On.
I always get
okay,
double
you know,
dash.
again, Ethan continues to claim, I've empathized with the Palestinian people. I've spoken about Palestine. I'm, you know, but when it comes to other people speaking about it, he will point the finger and say anti-Semitism, and he will not.
That's a fucking malicious, straight up, and frankly, anti-Semitic lie.
That's a straight up anti-Semitic line. No, Ethan, it's not. We can sit here and we can have a look at the times where you have used anti-Semitism as a way to try and get out of ever confronting anything, to the point where now you are saying it is anti-Semitic to even make a point about that.
Anytime a Jewish person has criticism, you deflect by saying, you're only saying that because I criticize Israel. I didn't bring up Israel. You're deflecting, you fucking piece of shit.
What is wrong with
Desperate to call her desperate to call her a bitch.
you?
You know what? Like, the thing is about the word bitch is like, unless you're using it in such a vitriolic way, most people would probably just be like, oh, you know, it's kind of okay. It's not something that has taken on like the same kind of condemnation as like, you know, words like the R word, obviously other slurs. But the thing is Ethan just cannot help himself, but just put such vitriol behind it whenever there's a woman in front of him.
God, I want to call her so much worse things. Like the word.
What do you want to call her? Nick DeOrio said YouTube wouldn't allow him to say the things. Wait, let's actually pull that up because his little fan, Nick DeOrio. What do you think his little fan, Nick DeOrio, wanted to say, Ethan? Do you think your little fan, Nick DeOrio, wanted to talk about the things that he talks about on his little shows? Because he said YouTube won't allow it? Oh, what did he want to say?
Nick, you're probably
First time he's hearing it. He's not a fan of the show, man.
go one day.
Nate thinks he's a fake fan.
No,
He is a fake fan, bro. Come on.
Listen,
piece of shit.
the words I'm thinking on.
That's what I was saying when I was watching this. I was like, "This is a part where she says, did Ethan get to the? You know, yes.
I suspect that he might be.
Yeah. He's a double agent.
Diorio says, did Ethan get to the part where she basically declared that Ethan has a Jewish cabal group chat? No. There's a part where she suggested I'm giving out marching orders to other
a Jewish cabal group chat. Is that what Madison said? Is it
commentary?
He also said,
Do you have that timestamp, baby?
It's mixed in one of these. The thing is, she just goes on for
It's
so long.
much. That's what I was saying. When I was watching this, I was like, this is a non-stop Nazi ride.
He also said, I don't think I can type the words. I'm thinking on YouTube right now. Lol, she's actually insufferable. We all are feeling that.
We all are feeling that you want to type things that aren't allowed on YouTube. What do you want to type? Go on. What is it that you want to say to a woman? But you have no smoke for me. What is it you have? Because I was the one who talked about what you did about Jimmy Lee. This is Ethan's community now. Realize, confront this, that this is who Ethan is related with. Nick fucking D'Oreo and girl with a microphone. The egg lord, the egg lady herself.
No problem criticizing Israel. You do it all the time.
I've been doing it since 15 years ago when they found my alleged fucking explosive account.
I forgot he's in the victims of bad and banana Discord.
Even in my vlogs back in the day, I talk about how much I hate Israel.
All paywalled. No one ever saw it.
Yeah, it's all paywalled.
All paywalled. It's all lies.
Engage with you.
Go on, I'll see you. What I would like to see, Ethan, more than an apology, is you reckoning. I want to see your reckoning, Ethan Klein. The day in which you sit down and explain the things that you and your wife have shared and liked.
On how you can...
The reckoning where you sit down and say, fuck, why is Nick D'Oreo a member of our community?
Go about it in a productive manner.
Why does Dan Saltman, someone who's like sweeping for Destiny and still maintains a relationship with Destiny, sponsor my button now? What's that all about? Is that no longer a thing? I don't see it here.
To me, that's very telling as well. That
I'm not even talking about Israel. I'm talking about you saying something super fucked up. So why are you deflecting to that? Oh, dude, words I'm using are nowhere close to how much disgusted I am with her. Language is failing me in this moment. I'm trying to be civil, and I don't have the available arsenal of words at my disposal that I need.
What are these words? Just misogynistic slurs? Look at him licking at his lips like he cannot wait to call her slurs.
But I really don't like her. I'll just say that. Emphasize that.
I think it's clear. He does not actually want there to be a productive conversation in this way.
I think
I don't want to have a productive conversation. Okay, what did we try to
Why did you ignore me, Ethan?
do with you?
Think as well, like maybe the way in which it's phrased.
It is so mad. It is like that clip of the person going la 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 la. I can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
No offense, Chris. It's just we're not here for you.
Yeah.
You said that she's a Nazi and I had her on my stream. You want to call her the most unbelievable words because apparently Madison is so evil. But no, you are just a vile misogynist. Vile.
I'm always curious how he navigates out of these long rambles.
He does a good job.
Well, maybe you would know if you bothered watching it instead of just skipping.
Reserve.
You're
particular.
a homosexual.
Go to jail. I am not. Could go to jail.
But I'm not a homosexual.
La 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 la. I am not listening. La 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 la.
Just reaching this point.
With it.
All right, fair enough.
He kind of just like he picks up like on a very bird's eye theme and kind of just tries to.
I guess that's what you should do in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's got a tough job.
Yeah.
Why did you say I just hope Donald repeals homosexual? Oh, I've just seen your fucking username. Mods, you know, I don't know. I know you can't instantaneously catch everything, but Jesus, I don't know if that was his first comment. I hope it was because I didn't catch that. So sorry, guys. Sorry, I'm not saying you're doing a bad job. You guys did a fantastic. Oh, it was his. It was a fantastic. Sorry, it was just. But yeah, sorry if that seemed like I was saying you're doing a bad job. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, I saw the username and then I started reading his comment. I was like, why are you saying that?
So here she's back.
Sorry.
This is total sidetrack on this as well.
Oh, great.
But just blatantly.
Unlike the rest?
Yeah.
Like everything you've said? Oh, God. What?
Some of you probably really angered him as well if you looked at the comments. Like, there's some that'll be... Also, I kind of need a third screen, but I have, like, a humongous desk, and I don't know where I'd put it. Maybe I'd have to get, like, a straight-up screen. I don't know. 2 minutes 40.
Please.
Can I tell you, because you're doing another one soon, we were talking about it, and somebody mentioned that you won one, and
he didn't believe
I'm not joking around. I was like...
You blacked it out.
I blacked it out.
I went heads up with Steiny.
Maybe that's why I didn't count it, because it was like a Steiny.
It was a one-table tournament.
No, I guess I remember that now. I remember how it came.
I got a belt right there on my table.
Because I remember how mad Steiny was about losing.
Oh, yeah. He got annihilated, bro. He won like one hand.
Look, I'm not the only one. Galia said I actually forgot he won one as well.
That's all right. Keep laughing.
Fair enough, you won one.
At least somebody appreciated my fucking victory.
It's more. That's more than me.
Exactly. Some might say infinitely more.
I guess so.
Yeah, but anyway, no, you're a racist piece of shit and a disgusting human being. Horrible.
Yeah.
Just vile. Just like vile. And by the way, Chris, come on, bro. What is it? Nothing?
That's how I was feeling, too. Yeah, I mean, he should probably be pointing out right here that what she's saying is pretty vile, intended or not.
Also, to be fair to Chris, he may not...
What was vile?
The things that you...
Like what was his upbringing? Essentially, we don't know.
He was trained.
We don't know.
He was trained.
What are they talking? This is why if you skip my conversation, how is this vile? We spoke about Israelism. We spoke about all of these things. We spoke about the fact that, okay, maybe the phrasing of like from birth, Ethan might be offended by that, but the kernel of truth remains important. And there are many Jewish people who have talked about that. And I like the photo. But yeah.
Birth to be a fucking super soldier.
We don't know.
Bruh.
By the way, they're saying that it's vile because she was talking about Ethan's upbringing. They say that she's a Nazi because she said that Ethan from birth was conditioned to support Israel, or from birth was like indoctrinated into Zionist propaganda. And the only thing I'd say is I don't really... I mean, you see certain things from his mum talking about how Deborah Messing is brilliant and all of this stuff. But yeah... Also, I will talk about this tomorrow, but by the way, I think Trump is I think Trump had Jeffy. I think he had him, and I think that all of these leaks only prove it more that he got him. We'll talk about it tomorrow, though. They all agree she's a Nazi. All of them are trash. 100%. This is the sycophant. You have descended into a world of mental insanity. Imagine I just had 5 people here round me, and anytime anyone criticized me on the internet, I was just like, guys, big me up that they're a Nazi. Women, get behind me. Call her a Nazi bitch for me. Do it. Call her a Nazi bitch. I need you to call her that because I can't do it, but I need you to do it. Like, listen to this fucking clip, man.
She is so racist.
What's he implying? Like he was raised by the Mossad or something?
But she had such a problem.
And Tony Soprano lover, what clip are you talking about? But like, also, how is this like racist and a misrepresentation? This is one of the most disingenuous, insane things that I've ever seen.
With me, with the Rudy clip, and I didn't even say anything.
Ethan's mum said Deborah Messing is brilliant.
No, what she is saying is infinitely more fucked up. Like
she's actually saying it.
He grew up in a lab in Israel, like fucking 11.
She's saying we don't know.
I mean, she's literally she's openly.
No, AB's not silent. AB is completely involved in this.
Questioning why you don't do more to prove that you're one of the good ones.
No, it's why don't you do anything to prove that you don't believe that there's a jihadi takeover in the West? Why are you liking these comments?
That's what you said.
Actually, sorry, I wanted to show you the one that I was talking about. Amazing.
Well, she's also accusing me of
it's your responsibility
maliciously weaponizing anti-Semitism that I don't have.
Look at this. Look at this, man.
Feel like
shut up, bitch.
The way that I felt for
Hey, Rock. You know what? Standing up for the Rock. He's right.
Throwback, right
Is that funny?
there. Wow.
She really is. She really is a Nazi B word. Can you call her a Nazi B word for me?
Nazi bitch.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that normal? Is that normal? Do you really think this woman's a Nazi? You and your fans are sick. They are sick. And this is the thing. Some people have left this alone. This man only gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse.
Actually care.
But yeah. 308, let's have a listen here.
Genuinely afraid, genuinely feeling like there's anti-Semitism happening.
So she's actually doing the IDubs. She's doing the thing where she's saying this Jew is hallucinating anti-Semitism. He's tricked.
You are hallucinating anti-Semitism, Ethan. You are hallucinating anti-Semitism. Categorically, you are hallucinating anti-Semitism.
His audience into thinking there's anti-Semitism, and he's making them paranoid. And it's actually totally fucking insane. Like this.
Killian Wallace. They are so, thanks for the €6. They are so oblivious to their Islamophobia that they can't even comprehend what they are getting criticised for. Oh, 100%. But I think even though, we know that Hila thinks that she likes posts about there being a jihadi takeover of the West, She thinks that that's happening and doesn't see the problem with that.
This is just straight up.
To be honest, I think it's pretty easy to enter psychosis when you have 6 people who are paid and lick your ass, maybe even more, who just do exactly as you say.
Nazi racism, like holy fuck.
Are you tricking us too?
Seriously, once again, apparently I've indulged Nazi racism, but I deserve no smoke? Why? I've indulged Nazi racism, go on then.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I'm not even Jewish.
I knew it, Zach.
It's good to see Zach commenting, though. Zach's a good guy. Yeah.
Poor Zach.
The one who said it's like 1948. What did he say that about?
He doesn't even remember.
Who am I?
I'm going to let this play because it's unbelievable.
I don't see them as I see Ethan, who is aware of what he's doing. I see them as being genuinely afraid, genuinely feeling like there's anti-Semitism happening, genuinely, going to certain resources, being stuck in an echo chamber. And so essentially, like, of course, they're receiving all these conversations from Ethan. They do see those aspects of like, oh, well, he, did this,
There's a deleted post which, apparently Zach liked a post saying ICC's decision was a real crime, but I don't know if that's true. I mean, it wouldn't be that surprising.
Called everything a genocide, or he, said that Netanyahu's bad, and so.
Thanks for the membership, Mahban.
They are taking that in, and so I guess my question is on the approach. I guess dismantling the systems in place, as far as the West goes, and the ways in which
the West
Islamophobia is a factor, the ways in which the West is contributing, and literally.
You just told me I'm hallucinating anti-Semitism, and I'm intentionally brainwashing my audience into thinking that there is anti-Semitism. Now we were talking about Islamophobia.
Yep, I think when you're calling Cruel World, Happy Mind an evil Nazi and all of these things, that you are cruel. That you are doing this for no reason other than you are doing this for no other reason than to just bully and harass a female content creator that you know that your audience will latch onto.
Financially to Israel and upholding that, the ways in which Islamophobia is a factor, the ways in which the West is contributing and literally financially to Israel and upholding that, as opposed to, I almost feel like Ethan's fans, on the other hand, do we have sympathy for them? Do we? I don't know if that makes sense.
Nothing you say makes sense.
Again, I'm saying but his fans, I couldn't help but the whole time feel like, shut up, bitch. The way that I felt.
Oh, that's where the clip comes from. Sorry, we just watched that clip. The really funny clip.
Hey, Rock. You know what? Standing up for the Rock. He's right.
Throwback right there. Wow.
She really is. She really is a Nazi B word. Can you call her a Nazi B word for me?
Nazi bitch.
Yeah, thank you.
Here's the other clip.
Myself more. It seems like on the Israel side of things, you know, from I keep saying it wrong, which is so embarrassing. The Nakba.
Oh, actually, we'll go back to this because this is just insane as well. It's just insane. Because you know as well, when I first started learning about Palestine, I used to say the Nakba incorrectly. It's not intuitive as an English word. I'd read it. I'd not heard it spoken. So, this is where we're looking for.
Sympathizing with them or feeling bad for them or pitying them, as sad as that sounds. I really pity them.
Enough
as
with
far
the
as
empaths, bro. We got to do away
what
with
to
the
actually
empaths.
do and apply here. For me, my perspective is especially when reading this book, and kind of educating myself more, it seems like on the Israel side of things, you know.
Just to remind you, she's started her first and only book on the topic, and she's.
Ethan, why are you addicted to ChatGPT if you know so much? Why do you think that Lonerbox, Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib, and Hen Mazig are good balanced sources on Palestine, right?
Halfway through.
Like, why?
So.
She took notes, though.
The Protocols of Zion?
Yeah, I think that she picked up the Protocols of Zion, which questionable, or better than Mein Kampf, although maybe not. I don't know. Halfway through Mein Kampf, my first book on the topic.
Really crazy to say that like Mein Kampf has anything to do with Palestine or the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and to compare a pro-Palestinian book to that. And I would love to hear what he's read. I'd love to hear one thing that this guy has read about Palestine.
I keep saying it wrong, which is so embarrassing.
Oh, this is my favorite part. This is my favorite.
You've said that a lot.
And kind of educating myself more. It seems like on the Israel side of things, you know, I keep saying it wrong, which is so embarrassing. The Nakba, right? Not the I swear I kept typing it as the Nobka, which is extremely embarrassing.
No problem.
But,
the Nabka, she said it. She thought it was
Nabisco.
I love how Chris is like, I no, that's no problem. On behalf of who are you saying
the
that?
Palestinian people, you're forgiven.
On behalf of people who are just learning about Palestine, that it's not something that's like crazy to actually, you know, to say and make a mistake, you know? Yeah, Ethan's read ChatGPT summaries of every book, and Lonerbox met the author of... Lonerbox met someone whose entire life is dedicated to being a settler, and the conversation ended with, "Great to meet you guys, see you guys again soon," and he was just like,
Destiny, it's really good to be hanging around with Israeli soldiers, isn't it? Do you want to go and tell them how to do war crimes better?
it wrong, which is so embarrassing.
Didn't he call it the Antifada as well?
The Nakba, right? Not the I swear I kept typing it as the Nobka, which is extremely embarrassing.
No problem.
But,
it's not up to you to say no problem.
Do you honestly think that a Palestinian is going to be more offended by your wife talking about jihadi cultural takeover and saying that they're all just destined to hate Jews and they're taught to hate, or they're going to be upset about someone trying to take a stance on learning about Palestine more? Do you think that they're gonna? Who do you think that they're gonna care about? Who?
He's just salivating watching that driver 2 minutes away.
Yeah. They also kept making a joke about me ordering Uber Eats. It's like, what do you mean? Like, is that funny? I ain't eating Uber Eats. Ethan worked at an online gambling website in Israel. Funny considering how much he rags on everyone else involved with Stake Now. I didn't know that. I mean, there's like an incredible clip of the UK future Prime Minister Nigel Farage saying that we need more bookies, which is a word for like gambling shops in the UK.
He's like in the middle of a car crash right now. He doesn't know what's happening.
Listen to my part. Didn't feel like a car crash to most people watching. Just your fans who came to Brigade Hit and whose source for someone good on Palestine is Lonerbox.
Has anyone heard of the Nabka before? Spark.
boy.
She's doing Spark notes on my comp. That's funny, Galia.
It seems like from the Nakba and on, all Israel has ever wanted is to take up as much land as possible. They keep saying two-state. It feels like they want a one-state of Israel, which
The Marlboros are gone, people. This fucking guy mocking someone else's speech. Thanks for the $5, Calamity. Yeah, I mean, this guy has said so many mistakes. Who cares?
is a Jewish supremacist society. That it seems to be all they have ever wanted, and they
all this
will
because she
sell
called
a
it
story
all
to
this
the-
because she called it a conflict. Wait, Tamara, are you back?
I heard her.
Could you want to call
Tamara
her
said she
a
cannot.
Nazi B word?
Come here, servant. 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 Servant sycophant fan. Come here. Call the woman a Nazi for me. Go on, say the thing I can't say. Slave. Slave, come here. Call the other slave the N-word. I can't say that anymore.
Oh, you're already pissed? You missed a lot.
She's pacing.
Well, I was trying to call you a minute ago to come call her a
The
Nazi
moment's passed,
B word.
though. It has to be in the heat of the moment, or then it's just you can't.
If you want to call her a Nazi B word, come up. You can anytime you want. You're welcome. As a Jewish woman.
So in her original video, when she was talking about the Nakba, was that before or after the 5% part?
Did she mention the Nakba in the original?
She should have talked about the Nakba and talked about how you denied it. I think actually going back to it, I think probably that what you could do better is that Palestinians must be more upset by you going, do you know what happened the day before the Nakba? Because I think that's a lot worse than the Nabka, you know?
Video?
Yeah, you're right.
I didn't even think she didn't know what it was at the time.
It was 3 hours.
She
so I
just
thought-
learned from it, bro. Just now, which I know we're joking that it's Mein
5%.
Kampf or whatever. If she is starting her journey of becoming educated about this, I guess she should be commended for actually reading.
I don't know what she's reading.
That's more
though.
than most people do, right?
What if she's reading the
I don't know
Protocols of
either, yeah.
Zion? That's a good point.
It really depends on the book. doesn't
Wait,
it?
what book are you reading, lady? All right, where am I?
Ethan didn't know about the Nakba until he needed to revise its history. Thanks for the $5, August Gardner. Ethan didn't know about the Nakba until ChatGPT told him. Until Grok told him, bro, you need to update your Israeli propaganda.
Also, it is.
It means glove in Spanish chat. What? Guant? What are you talking about?
417.
Yeah.
So
Strange take
if
about
there
her.
are some banger timestamps.
Yeah,
maybe we
yeah.
could skip ahead.
We got to go back to the wedding.
Because we have very.
Why are they commenting it? Why are they commenting it? Why?
Okay, so she goes back to the wedding.
nice.
Okay. The wedding is great. I love that wedding.
Is this a pro-Palestine beat? Like, what do you
Oh,
mean
sorry, go back,
exactly?
go back.
It's also so funny that they skipped over the part where I spoke to her about this and was like, actually, for some Jewish people, this is a confusing thing. Something that Sam Cedar spoke to Ethan about, but of course, he doesn't care because he's the legend and Lonerbox came on and sniffed his arsehole after sniffing Yishai Fleischers. When you condemned the settlements, Ethan, so you had Yishai Fleischers, they got your boy on settler loving charges. Ethan, they got your man's Lonerbox on going to the West Bank with Destiny, explaining to Israeli. I cannot reiterate enough. Destiny went to meet Israeli soldiers and explained to them how to do war crimes better, how to engage in sexual crimes better. That is something that Lonerbox's best friend did.
By that long speech about how it's really
Oh, she's back at the wedding.
Again, I just
Which wow, really
Jewish
left a mark
wedding,
on
and the
her.
rabbi's giving a speech.
It hit home.
I also
And she got scared.
kind of assumed my friend knew this about me. We don't follow each other on
Thoughts about her rabbi trying to spread a positive.
statements early on.
Wait, so the rabbi
she ask
was
this
pro
at the wedding?
So why are you still talking about this?
So this
Like you're
can't-
so
this
shocked
couldn't get dumber and worse for you.
that these people are so crazy to you.
So my immediate, so I heard a rabbi talking, and my immediate instinct was that this Jew was self-obsessing and not focusing on the Palestinians.
Ethan, genuinely, just questioning whether someone has sympathy for the Palestinians, does that really feel that insane?
Right.
But what I learned is he actually was focusing on the Palestinians, but he's still a Jew.
Right.
Also, did she ask this?
Let's see where she goes.
Yeah, let's see where she goes with this.
Crazy business, eh?
And so, but again, it was like it was hard to say because it was like, okay, again, that kind of line walking where it was like, okay,
Line
so,
walking?
but what exactly, what does he really believe?
Oh
my God.
You
fucking
to
God.
hell.
What do you guys really believe? Healer, what do you as an Israeli believe about the jihadi takeover of Western society? Hello? Healer, can we hear what you believe about the jihadi takeover of Western society?
You are such an evil, disgusting piece of shit. How dare you go to your friend's wedding?
I hope they're
and
not
sit
friends
there
anymore.
Well, if she sees this, I can't imagine your friend ever wanting to know you after this.
Yeah.
You went to her fucking wedding and we're having psychotic thoughts about her rabbi trying to spread a positive message about how what did they say?
A pro-Palestinian rabbi, by the way. And she's still...
Yeah.
What is he?
She probably wore it.
But does he mean it?
It's kind of like...
That's what they're doing to me.
Emma Z3YRB. I am not 10 years old. I am not scared of you calling me a funny name with my second name. It isn't going to upset me. You've got to realize this now. Like, honestly.
Does he mean it?
He's got dual loyalty, you know what I mean?
You know, yes.
And I suspect that he might be...
Yeah.
He's a double
dual
agent.
loyalty.
Diorio says, did Ethan get to the part where she basically declared that Ethan has a Jewish cabal group chat? No.
We heard this bit earlier, I think.
There's a part where she suggested I'm giving out marching orders to other commentary.
He also said...
She didn't actually suggest that. It's that there's a whole industry that follow your line of like, Ethan destroyed this woman. Ethan, and all of them are really right-wing accounts. Like, Ethan destroyed a new woman. Like, you've got Asmongold, someone who says that... By the way, he said that, like, they were pro-immigrant and stuff, or whatever the fuck. Asmongold said he wanted to dress up as Ash Ketchum and go around with the Trump administration to like, go and hunt illegals? And, like, he's someone who does this, who, like, agrees with everything you say now, Ethan?
You know, do you have that timestamp, baby?
It's mixed in one of these. The thing is, she just goes on for so long.
Much. That's what I was saying. When I was watching this, I was like, this is a non-stop Nazi ride.
He also said, I don't think I can type the words. I'm thinking on YouTube right now. Lol, she's actually...
A non-stop Nazi ride. So I sat there and indulged a Nazi. No, I did not. You liars. You liars. This is all you have. Pretending that a woman is a Nazi so your fans go after her. That's all you have, you worm. You can't listen to me. Your fans can't listen to me. AB can't even talk to his boss about her talking about the jihad, about her liking posts about the jihadi cultural takeover of the West. Or the fact that you had a settler's best friend, Loner Box, and who can say, no, we had our heated debates with Yishai Fleischer. No, you did not. If a conversation with a fucking settler involved with Ben Gavir, someone who prides himself in torture and mass murder of Palestinians, my God, if that conversation ends with you as friends, you are in the wrong.
Actually insufferable. We all are feeling that.
She probably wore like earplugs at the wedding. She's afraid like there's some kind of mind control thing going on.
It's a spell, dude.
When did Madison, you all listen to it, when did Madison say that any of this, that Jews control the world, that they engage in mind control of you, that she's fearful of Jews, any of it? Or did you just make this all up to make yourselves feel better about your hateful, misogynistic campaign against her?
Yeah.
By the way, also, someone pointed this out. Healer's hairstyle is crazy. It is crazy, this episode.
I was wearing a hat that I lined with tinfoil.
What a disgusting, vile fucking person.
The words just are not there for me.
Vile.
Just no.
Sad in your eyes, because you can't confront me. All of your fans can come and they can say, no, he's not scared of you. Why'd he skip me? Because I made the defamatory, outrageous statements against him. Why'd he skip me?
Like, this is going to follow you, Madison. Like, you don't realize. I genuinely, again, maybe I'm giving her too much credit, but
CWHM is the most vile, disgusting person Ethan has ever talked to, which is crazy because Keemstar called Healer a horse and said, death to all people of the faith of Judaism when they had drama, but Keemstar isn't a woman, so no, now they wear his merch.
Or not enough credit.
She's like,
I think
"They're
she's too
following you
stupid
now."
to realize how fucking insane
She's
what
being
you're saying
snark
is.
brained.
No, but
she got criticized.
I thought that on the first call. I thought on the first call, maybe there's hope for her and she's just stupid.
Me too, I thought, yeah.
This time, I don't think
No,
that
it's over.
anymore.
She got literally snark brained, and it keeps happening. I keep trying to tell people what it is, but nobody listens.
No, but
I feel like when you keep having to explain a concept called snark brain, that maybe it just isn't real.
They
She
just laugh.
actually, like-
she got destroyed.
she's
came on our
falling-
show.
But she's falling into the anti-Semitism so quickly and so willingly.
Because it's just snark. She goes to snark, and she sees all them defending her with like insane talking points that nobody with a sane mind would ever repeat. And she's like, yes, 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 yes. And she's just repeating all the shit she read on that Nazi forum.
I mean, talking about being programmed, like,
right,
you're being programmed by these people.
She's
just
an
repeating
MLM.
stuff.
By the way,
Look at
Ethan Klein believes that Taylor Lorenz runs multiple accounts where she talks to herself and all of these things.
Yeah, who's in the MLM, lady? Cult? Nazi?
Yeah.
You ever heard of the Nazi party?
Her being quote unquote pro-Palestinian is like on par with Andrew Tate being Muslim. It's like, oh, stop.
Andrew Tate sex trafficked multiple women, and this is your life now. This is your life now, AB. Your life now is worshipping at the feet of two people, one of whom likes posts about jihadi takeovers. They're like no ambiguity, likes posts, and the other one is like, I love the God's Humanitarian Foundation to dunk on Hassan Piker.
You're doing it for the right reasons.
Yeah.
Like, you're doing it because you care, clearly. Yeah, shut up. I love this
And so,
wedding anecdote,
again,
though.
before making
this
this
wedding was a
video, I- I'd
disaster for
spoken-
her, by the way. Boy.
What kind of payment has Madison got from this? Why? What does Madison get out of having this conversation? Like, Madison's got a big enough audience already.
Very traumatic.
Getting all these.
Can you imagine a room full of Jewish people?
Ah! He was pro-Palestinian, but I didn't trust him.
She was dipping her food in the water first to make sure it wasn't poison.
Can you believe the
True.
bride had the microphone to say I do, and she didn't take that opportunity to say free Palestine?
So selfish.
That goddamn bride.
True. Racist much? Zionist?
Do you know who? It's funny that, like, who laughed at that? Wait, we can probably work it out very easy. Also, Overzealots is going to call in a few minutes once I'm kind of done, which I will be in a second, because there's bits more, but fuck him.
And before making
This wedding was a
video, I'd
disaster for
spoken
her,
with-
by the way. Boy.
Very traumatic.
Getting all these.
Can you imagine a room full of Jewish people?
Ah! He was pro-Palestinian, but I didn't trust him.
She was dipping her food in the water first to make sure it wasn't poison.
Can you believe the
True.
bride had the microphone to say I do, and she didn't take that opportunity to say free Palestine?
So selfish.
Zach, Tom Ward, Ethan, and Healer find it funny.
That goddamn bride.
True. Racist much? Zionist? Brainwashed from birth much?
Interesting messages, and so I kind of had spoken with her and was a little bit like, okay, what is how has this topic been for your family? Just blatantly.
So you
At a wedding?
So she's pretending under the guise of
You think that's
pretending.
appropriate conversation?
What is even worse? Under the guise of pretending to care about what they're going through, she's secretly probing to see if they're actually racist. She doesn't care about their experience. She's pretending so that she could probe.
You know, if someone did this at my wedding,
Yeah, dude.
And then
Get
goes
the
and tells a story about it.
out of here.
If there was a Palestinian at your wedding, you would probably tell them to get the fuck out of there, mate.
I was just thinking, if someone did this at an air wedding, I think they're a Fed. Like, I would think they're
Yeah,
like, trying to
she's
get
Fed
intel on
posting,
Dearborn.
yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, like,
No, because there's a difference there, isn't there, AB? Because Feds are actually interested in Arabs and influence getting in their lives. Doesn't happen with Jewish people in America unless they're against Israel. But, you know, your boss thinks there's a jihadi cultural takeover of the West, doesn't she?
this is ICE or something. Like, I don't know.
For sure,
Yeah, I don't know
Fed
about
posting.
this
She's
guy.
Nazi posting.
Yeah.
You know, because the meme is the Feds. They were trying to like frame people as terrorists.
set people
Yeah.
up.
So she's so if that's Fed posting, she's Nazi posting. Yeah.
And she was like, well, she did tell me flat out, don't do the video.
Yeah.
Her friend's like, I'm warning
That's
you.
a friend
You're
that
not
fucking
prepared
cares
for
about
this.
you.
That's a good friend right there.
That
Madison should have done the.
that's
Wait.
a good ass friend.
Leaving my friendships
Behind.
Diorio said she threw the cake on the floor and screamed, "How can we eat at a time like this?" There's a genocide.
I love how they just find this so funny. That like all of this stuff, their jokes are just about the pro-Palestinian movement. Like that's what these people love and lap up. Right, guys. I think I need to stop watching this for now, but that doesn't mean we're done with the dunking on the idiot, because now Overzealots is going to be calling in. So hold on, let me just, I need to deactivate my camera. 1 second. Sorry, you can probably hear, but you can't see. You're probably just hearing the Discord call. Hello? Can you hear me? Motherfucker. Input device. No. Hello? More options, grid view, mute. How do I get my camera to show? Why does it not share screen? There we go. Well, guys, you've got me back at least, albeit looking very grainy and a bit too lit, but it's all good. Are you enjoying seeing me through this screen? Let me know. We're missing out on Overzealots or Isaac. That's far. Oof. Is Noah here? Leftist audio undefeated. Is my audio bad? Has it switched or something and caused issues, or is there a double? You did this 2 days ago. I did what? Oh, fuck. No, wait, what? What have I done 2 days ago? Boomer Chris. What's the Boomer Chris? What have I done wrong? No, if you're interested as well at some point, please feel free to come on at some point. I'd love to have you again. Try again. I've not done anything wrong. It's this guy, this sick, evil man who is anti-Semitic towards Zach from the H3 podcast, who helped and aided and abetted a neo-Nazi content creator who reads the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. So don't any of you talk like this. You became a little quieter. Maybe that's just because I'm away from the mic. You did just suddenly get a lot quieter. Ooh, that's interesting. Audio input capture. I have no idea why that would be. Hold on. Yeah, and we didn't have issues the last time. 1 sec, bro. Is it working? No, it's not working. I don't know why. Hold on. Oh, let me try. Ooh.
Can you hear me?
Yes. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, man. I'm not very tech savvy.
Neither am I, mate. Don't worry at all. There we
Look
go.
at those guns, dude. Every time I
Yeah,
see
yeah,
you,
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's how it's getting.
it's getting bigger.
Well, I've been in Montreal, eating good. That's why.
Yeah?
yeah. Appreciating Canada. Hold on 1 second.
Nice, dude.
I look very. My lighting's not too great on this, but it's working now, and it doesn't look too bad.
No, you look good.
What? Just a quick question: Is the audio all working? Can you hear?
Yeah, sounds great to me. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, let me check if the chat can hear. I'm guessing they can. Can you all hear? And yes, I'll make the chat smaller. They're saying it's covering a large portion of you, so fix the problem.
Okay, hell yeah.
Don't worry.
All right.
So how have you been?
Been all right, man. I had like a bit of a health issue a little earlier this month, but I feel like I'm getting it under control. It's not really a big deal right now.
Nice. That's. I'm glad to hear that you're. I'm glad to hear that you're doing better. I'm glad to hear. 'Cause,
Yeah.
I mean, actually today. I mean, we'll talk about it in a bit. I feel like there's some other stuff I kind of want to talk about. But one of the things I talk about is the ADL video. The ADL video is so
Yeah, man.
interesting because I've heard.
Let's get to it.
Yeah. Should we? I mean, should we do that?
Let's do it at the end. Let's
Yeah,
do it
yeah,
at the
yeah,
end.
yeah.
I got some stuff I want to add to that document of yours.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Hold on
Yeah.
1 second. Let me work out how to share my screen on here. Hold on, sorry. One day I'll learn how to do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Share my screen. Okay. Okay. It might look a bit small for every. No, there we go. So what are some things you'd like to add to the document?
Brother, I think that the most damning arguments against them have been left out. I think Here, I took some notes actually. In his video, the content nuke video, he said that there were more Jews displaced during the Nakba than Palestinians, right? Propagating the Zionist lie that the migration of Jews from other MENA countries was not just symmetrical to the Nakba, but worse, which is a step further than many Zionists would even take it themselves.
Yeah, I mean that is fucking crazy. I like
Right? Because usually it's just like the symmetrical. There was a Nakba there. There's like a supposed Jewish Nakba here. He took it a step farther. He said it was worse.
That's crazy. It is crazy to even talk about, to like mention that you think that to feel comfortable saying that as well, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, 1 second. I just want to check that everyone can see it, can see this, because I'm not doing too well in terms of. I can't see the chat as of right now, but there we go. Here we go. But yeah, I mean, just saying that is unbelievable. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, how there's such a level of cognitive dissonance on that subject. I mean,
Well, I think the thing with him is just an actual unwillingness to confront the topics. He doesn't mind if he spews ahistoricities, and I think the one thing that kind of made that a little bit worse was during his debate that he had with Hassan.
Yeah, of course.
He used the book Three Worlds by Avi Shlaim to substantiate his claim that the migration of Jewish people from the MENA region was analogous in some way to the Palestinian Nakba. And he used the book Three Worlds without realizing that the entire thesis of the book Three Worlds is to discredit that claim, right?
Yes.
So luckily, Ethan, I obviously didn't fucking read the book, but luckily I did, and I have it right here. And if I may, I'd like to read just a little blurb from, and I'm not exaggerating. This is in the beginning of the book. This is 17 pages in, right? So this is the book he used to substantiate his claim of a double Nakba. This trend reached its climax with the manufacture of the narrative of the Jewish Nakba. According to this narrative, the forced exodus of 850,000 Jews from Arab countries after 1948 amounted to a catastrophe, a Jewish Nakba, at least on par with, if not more devastating in its consequences than the Palestinian Nakba, variously called the Forgotten Exodus, the forced Exodus, or the Double Exodus. The purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of two communities. This narrative is not history. It is the propaganda of the victors. Honest history has to acknowledge the part played by all the governments concerned in causing this man-made tragedy. The main difference is the Palestinian refugees, for the most part, were ethnically cleansed by the Israeli armed forces, whereas the Arab Jews, with a few exceptions, were given the option by Arab governments to stay or leave. That's 17 pages in.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. Genuinely just amazing. That, like, as
Right,
well,
so-
thinking that Avi Schleim would disagree. That's like straight away, like, Hassan would. Like, Hassan is not an expert on Palestine. He knows more than, like, the average person. But, like, you know, Avi Schleim is an expert. And funnily enough, when he released that book, he was actually in the office that I was in. Like, he was, like, doing his interview with Middle East Eye at the same time I was there.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, the idea... You know, Avi Schleim as well has, like, throughout his life been a pretty lived-out Zionist at times. Like, he's changed a lot more recently. But it's also...
Yeah, the epilogue of this book, he points that out. He says that he was originally a two-stater, and he has come to embrace the one state.
Of course, because... And I think that this is... Do you know about the Israeli kid called Andre X? He, like... You might know him. Do you use Twitter, right?
Not that much.
Okay,
No. I mean, I use it occasionally, but I try to stay off.
Fair enough. He's like a young Israeli, and his whole thing is like he does activism in the West Bank. But he was just like, you know, he was showing it, and he was like, I came here, and I like ended up coming to Israel. I think he's Russian or Ukrainian. I don't know which. I'm not actually sure. But he was like, I ended up coming here, and I like was living here, and then I started to learn a bit more, and I was like, what is this? Like, what is going on here? Like, the level of racism is just insane. And it's like, who's surprised? Like, who's surprised about that? Unless you're just unwilling to confront it. And it's so insane, because we were just watching this clip. Like, I'm sorry, going on like a vile, misogynist rant at Madison for attempting to educate herself is crazy. Not once did she claim to be an authority on Palestine. That is just straight up like dunking on someone because you feel confident to do it. Whereas obviously, the two of us...
It's a complete straw man. Madison never claimed to be an expert. She just felt strongly about something that is so obviously an injustice. She made a video. And then, you know, I spoke to Madison. I sent her like some books that I like on the topic. And she like immediately went out and she purchased the books. She sent me a picture that she went out and she got the books. Like, to me, that shows that this is someone who is willing to learn, willing to educate themselves. That's not someone that should be criticized for doing so. Ethan Klein has been talking about this for how many years now? And he can't even cite a book properly that he claims to use as a source material during a debate.
Mhm.
Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, well,
At least, like, she's reading, she's trying.
100%, 100%. And this is kind of just the thing, like, in general. People are complaining about my microphone being quiet. I don't know why my microphone is quiet. Is it any better now? It's not quiet for you, I'm guessing.
No, it sounds good.
Rhoda pod mic. I have no idea what would have caused it to go quiet. How bad is the quietness? Let me just listen to the stream for a second. Being quiet. I don't know why my mic... Okay, I just need my microphone close to my mouth. It's fine. It's fine now.
You got a new mic, eh?
Yeah. I mean, I love the ones you recommended, but unfortunately they were like quite expensive, some of them.
Yeah.
And I just decided to go with one of these Rhoda ones because until I'm like streaming, you know, more and like I'm not fussed. It's such a major improvement. But I mean, just to like go back to this thing, it's like, to me, it's just crazy how like people who don't read, people who don't care about Palestine, and like I think that this is actually a broader point. Because for you, does this really just feel like something that you do to like win debates or put videos on the internet? Or do you actually care about like, you know, Palestine and stuff? Well, I mean,
the thing about I've been reading about Palestine well before I decided to start criticizing Ethan for his irresponsible coverage of it. But another thing that I think people could look at and is a testament to the fact that you know, I do care about what I'm talking about is I don't attack Ethan on his personal blunders, right? Like I've never engaged in the CPS stuff or the skull stuff or whatever it is because I just don't give a shit. I only care about his ahistoricity pertaining to Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I care about. So I think that's another reason why he's, you know, unwilling to maybe contend with my criticisms of him, because I don't throw my hat in the ring when it comes to the personal things with him. I just don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But I do really give a shit about this specific topic, specifically the broader topic of colonialism and imperialism. I don't only speak about Palestine, right? I speak a lot about Latin America as well. So, I mean, these are themes that I do care about, and I think that's the reason like he's selective with who he decides to pick and choose to respond to. And that's not me saying that the other people don't care about it. It's just me saying that I think he's very smart when he decides who he wants to respond to and why he wants to respond to and what he responds to. So your conversation with Madison yesterday, that was hilarious, dude. The guy goes, yeah, Chris does not actually say anything of substance in this 5-hour conversation, so I'm just gonna skip right past this and then, I guess, combat what Madison is saying.
Yeah.
How do you know what she's responding to if he skipped past you?
And to also decide and decree that I've platformed a Nazi, that apparently I'm a good advocate for Palestine, but simultaneously I love Nazism, and that I and my community want to make people into Nazis is crazy work. And for me, you know, one of the most frustrating things, which I'd love to get your opinion on, because actually you said it in the video, which is interesting, because like you make the comment of like institutionalized anti-Semitism. This is in your ADL one, is not actually a thing right now. Like the only thing I will say on this, and something I mentioned, is it's kind of worrying that, you know, really major conservative voices are engaging with it again, and perhaps it can become a vote winner. But ultimately, for most of the European far right, they are all Israel lovers. The main European far right figure in the United Kingdom, Tommy Robinson, is over in Israel doing like a propaganda tour in Israel. You know, it's crazy. And so, just what are your feelings about that?
My main point with that is not to diminish the severity of individual instances of anti-Semitism, because that does exist. Like, obviously, like there's individual bigots. My point is that on an institutionalized, systemic level, it's unacceptable at the moment, right? So that's not me saying that in 5-10 years things might be different, and if they were, I would change my tune. But there's a good quote from Shlomo Sand. Shlomo Sand, the Israeli historian. It's in his book. It's kind of like a memoir. It's called How I Stopped Being a Jew, which I guess is like a contentious topic, but it's because he's an atheist. It's not like the Jewish guy. He's just an atheist. And in the book, he says something that really stuck to me, and it goes, I'm paraphrasing, but it's along the lines of, if you hyper focus on the enemies of yesterday, the victims of yesterday, and you might miss out when the victims of today are calling out for help. It's something along those lines. And that's something that really inspired that segment in my video, because, I mean, this is at a time when you see like a guy like Zoran Mamdani, and then you have Andy Ogles, a congressman, tweeting about him saying, oh, little Muhammad this, we need to deport him. Randy Fine saying insane Islamophobic shit. And my point is not that anti-Semitism is not a thing. Obviously, I agree that bigots exist. And the rise of a guy like Nick Fuentes is fucking terrifying. But the idea that a politician could do something analogous and direct it toward Jews in this day and age and say something like, I made this in a comment in a video a long time ago. If Andy Ogles posted a tweet about a Jewish mayoral candidate and called him Little Shlomo while calling for his deportation, that guy would be, they would banish him to the underworld, and I would be part of that angry mob. Fuck that guy. But it's just worrisome that he could say that about little Muhammad, about Zoran Mamdani, and he's not, like, there's no serious substantive penalization that he's faced, right? And then on the inverse, when the young Republicans not too long ago had their anti-Semitic chat logs leaked, they were immediately reprimanded, immediately lost their positions, which is a good thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying that that's a really good thing, but we don't see that what's the word? We don't see the concern, the same amount of concern for Islamophobia today, and that was my point.
But the other interesting thing kind of about that, which I'd say, and by the way, guys, I've realized I see your comments about how I need to swap people over when we're talking. The only thing I will say on that is they did get a surprising amount of defense from people like JD Vance, you know, like being like, oh no, this is what we say. This is just like normal. And the fucking craziest part is this is a thing that dates back. There's that famous Ben Shapiro tweet about Ann Coulter. There was also Trump recently, Elon Musk doing the Nazi salute. And this kind of feeds into what we'll talk about later with the ADL. if you are pro-Israel, you can just be anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? Tommy Robinson.
Oh yeah.
Tommy Robinson
sure.
was talking about how rich liberal Jews had brought over from the Board of Deputies, by the way, an organization that chastised members for talking about that chastised multiple members for talking about the Gaza genocide. This organization, he said, had been for open borders and had helped to bring over individuals, but then to bring over immigrants. But then a few fucking weeks later, the guy's in Israel doing a propaganda tour. And this is the thing that I would love people to talk about. Anti-Semitism is mostly now just a lot of anti-Jewish tropes transposed onto Muslims. The comments about cultural Marxism to now, in fact, the same ones.
Islamo-leftism. Remember the Judeo-Bolshevism? Islamo-leftism is the new one.
Ethan Klein cried over Charlie Kirk, but when it comes to Madison, he tells us that she is a Nazi. He gets his female commentators to call her a Nazi bitch, like over and over again. So he doesn't do it himself. But
if I may say, I don't want to cut you off.
I just want to finish because it's only a tiny bit. One of Charlie Kirk's final tweets was basically a Hitler quote. He said that Islam is the sword that the left is using to set the throat.
West next.
In Mein Kampf, Hitler says, with Marxism, the Jew has found his weapon to cut the throat of democracy, or to destroy democracy, not cut the throat exactly. But sorry.
No, I know. Yeah, it's despicable. It's insane. It's just very, very rich of Ethan to accuse Madison, who, I mean, I've only had a couple conversations with her. She seems like a very nice person who's willing to learn. It's very interesting of him to call her a Nazi. Nazi is a group that derives perverse benefits on the basis of their ethno-supremacy and tries to maintain systems that allot benefits to those who are part of a preferred ethnic group, when his wife and him do the exact same thing, but for Israel. There is a clip, and this is something I wanted you to add to the spreadsheet. There is a clip of Ethan fear-mongering about the demographics of Israel tilting in the favor of the Palestinians. Right? Mm-hmm. What else is that other than the desire to preserve an ethnic demographic, a majority, right? So who's closer to a Nazi? You tell me. The lady who goes on illegal raids and operates for the system that is hell-bent on preserving a Jewish majority in a country where Jews were a minority prior to the establishment of Zionism, or a lady who's trying to learn?
It even feeds into Nazi propaganda, because have you ever seen those right-wing Nazis who go, well, wait a second, Israel and Jewish people tell us we're not allowed to do these things, but actually they get to have an ethno-state, they get to control their borders in this way and manage their demographics? Hang on a second, that must mean they're controlling us and they get benefits that we don't. It's literally like, this whole thing is like, why... And the mistake that I was kind of like with Madison is condemning Netanyahu is not enough. When you repeat the exact logic of Zionism, that Netanyahu, that Menachem Begin, that Ariel Sharon, that every single person who has been the most bloodthirsty Israeli prime minister has reiterated over and over again, how on earth can you call yourself pro-Palestine? You have to challenge the logic as leftists. Why would we ever believe in states that give privileges to one ethnic group?
Of course. I mean, seeing Ethan say something like, and before I get into this, I just want to say, when people do bring up it's only Netanyahu, my go-to is, can you name me a labor leader or a left-wing Israeli leader that was not involved in maintaining an ethno-supremacist structure? Like, point to Yitzhak Rabin, the break the bones shit. He openly said that he didn't want to give Palestinians a state. He said he wanted to give them less than a state. Ehud Barak is an absolute demon. Can you name me a single Labor Party, Golda Meir? who are we looking at here, dude?
Rabin. That's the only one that they'd give.
And I mean, Rabin himself was a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
So
100%.
What are we doing here? Name me a single left-wing Zionist leader that is not a piece of shit, and I'll wait.
When I was on Lona Box's stream or he was watching me, I remember seeing a comment that was like, they won't even let us have Rabin anymore. And it's like, what do you mean? Rabin said he didn't want Palestinians to have a state. His response to non-violent Palestinian resistance was to decree break their bones. Like, what is this? Settlements began under, what was Rabin's position? Was he Minister of Defense in the 1970s? They began under a...
I think so.
they began under a Labour government.
Yeah, yeah. And the Labor has been in cahoots with the right time and time again to preserve those settlements, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, if anything, the right, this is a very stupid point, but the right has a little bit more of a history of dismantling settlements, right? Like, Begin dismantled them in the Sinai, Sharon dismantled them in Gaza. No, that's not me praising either of those two. Fuck those guys. But it's just proof to the inverse that the idea of the left is anti-settlement and the right is pro-settlement. They're all pro-settlement.
100%. It's funny you bring that up as well, because both of those decisions were just based on political expediency as well.
Yeah, of course.
Like the only time
there's a quote from Wiseglass. I can't remember what his position was relating to Sharon, but he said the purpose of the disengagement plan was the derailing of the peace process after he pulled out in Gaza.
You know, this is completely off topic, but Ilan told me this. Apparently, Ariel Sharon used to have a little helicopter that he flew between settlements on. Like, he had like this little personally made helicopter that was like tiny or something that he flew between settlements on. But like, as well, the other thing is that whenever someone brings up electing Hamas, I remember I was debating that opinionator ago, and I was like, Israel, like, you can say what you want about Hamas. Israelis elected Ariel Sharon, the architect of the siege of Beirut that killed thousands of people. And Sabra and Shatila.
The Kahan Commission found him, quote, personally responsible for the Sabra and Shatila massacre, and they elected him. So I have no sympathy.
100%.
Sabra and Shatila, known as an act of genocide by the UN, and he was found personally responsible by the Kahan Commission, an Israeli-formed commission. So, fuck that guy.
Have you ever heard of the movie A Waltz with Bashir?
No.
It's this crazy, because I looked up it, I was like, is there like an Israeli equivalent of Apocalypse Now? Like a film about something that Israel has done that's, like, I have problems with Apocalypse Now in certain ways. It is one of my favorite films, but anyway.
I've never seen it.
It's very good. But if you want to watch, his other interesting film for me is The Conversation as well. Obviously, The Godfathers are interesting, but so I looked this up, and it said, A Waltz with Bashir is like this, and the best commentary I saw was from Tom Segev. He said that this belongs in the genre of Oy vey, Sabra and Shatila affected us too. Because the film is basically about how the Israelis have psychological issues from doing Sabra and Shatila. And that it was a bad idea to get involved with Bashir. And it ends with like actual footage of Sabra and Shatila, like Palestinians after it. And the scenes are awful. But
oh my God,
the film is just kind of this example of how like Israelis just moved past that and elected Ariel Sharon. There is no member of Hamas. Mohammed Diaf may have killed civilians, but Mohammed Diaf never orchestrated something like Sabra and Shatila. He didn't. No Hamas member ever did that. And Israelis re-elected Ariel Sharon. Like, it's crazy. It is genuinely unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, like you know this, but for the audience, when the phalangists were committing the Sabra and Shatila massacre, the IDF forces that controlled access to Sabra and Shatila, they were firing flares into the night sky to attract more phalangists to commit to partake in those killings. So I mean, this all came to light. He was again deemed personally responsible for it, and then people voted for him. So that's a testament.
It's testament to this thing of like why I don't view any redemptive qualities of Israel, because I was reading about the 2000 peace agreement, because of the peace agreements I've read a lot more about Oslo, Camp David. Reading about like a first-hand perspective, there was some funny shit I found out. You know, have you read about it?
Yeah, I made a video about all the peace processes.
Of course you did. I thought you had. But do you know that Bill Clinton like wanted it to be really buddy, and he organized a basketball game. And
Oh, what? No, I didn't know.
He organized a basketball game, and only the Israelis showed up. None of the Palestinian delegation went at all. But like reading this perspective on it, where it's just like, we got talking points that were apparently from America that were just the Israeli government talking points. And people to this day try and claim, no, actually it was a fair peace negotiation and the Palestinians should have accepted it. It's like, what? What?
Yeah, no, there's you know Aaron David Miller, he was a negotiator during the process. He wrote an article, and it's literally called Israel's Lawyer. And the whole point is that America just acted as Israel's attorney the whole time. Like, it was not a fair, balanced thing. You're talking about the generous offer bullshit, right? 2000?
Yeah. Under Clinton, where he now says, I did great stuff.
Are you talking about and then the Clinton parameters that came after, where it wasn't even written, it was just like orally presented. And they didn't pull out the settlements. They still allowed for like 3 Israeli military information gathering facilities inside the West Bank. I mean, it was a horrible deal. They were all horrible deals. The Palestinians have never been offered a contiguous viable state ever.
Also, very like the thing that was most focused on by Abdul Razak Takriti, who's a brilliant Palestinian historian. Like, he's young. He's an interesting guy. He talks a lot. I interviewed him, and he talks a lot, and it's good. Like, I love hearing him speak. But what he says in the podcast that I listen to is he's like, Arafat and how it led to the Second Intifada is they expected Arafat to go back and tell the Palestinians after the Oslo Accords hadn't worked, sorry guys, didn't get control over basically any of Jerusalem. Sorry about that. Also, the Haram al-Sharif, you know, the thing that Israelis have been moving more towards, digging a tunnel underneath. Yeah, sorry, they control that now. And you Palestinians are going to have to accept that. He told Clinton over and over again, we need to actually have... we need more time to talk to the Israelis for like a long time so they're ready for peace. Because if this goes wrong, it will lead to dashed Palestinian hopes. Also, do not worry, said, nice to see you on the stream. I think everyone's very appreciative. And
what's up, man?
They're listening.
I love that guy.
But
what's up, Anthony? Great show.
It's crazy to look at this in any other way than like as seeing like equal partners and how like you could sit there and say, actually, Israelis have made great movements towards peace. Upholding basic international law and making making something that cannot be changed in the sense of, you know, sorry, I'm trying to fuck around with the thing. Making a change that is basically irreversible, like saying, right, I'm a Labour left-winger. I'm going to just end settlement and just doing it. Because and they'll say, well, no, the settlers would have fought back. They have the capacity to surveil a far more restive population, the Palestinians. Don't tell me they couldn't do that to the Israelis rising up against them.
Yeah. I mean, look, for the people who point to Rabin and as though he's like a beacon of peace, during the Oslo process, what was it? Did the number of settlements in the West Bank, did it double or triple? I can't remember right now.
I just know that it expanded, and they were like messing around with the definition of what settlement expansion or increasing meant. They were like, no, building settlements to be bigger is okay. And during the Oslo process, settlement did increase. Yes, I'd never actually seen
I know in The Iron Cage by Rashid Khalidi, he talks about it. I can't remember if he said it was doubled or tripled, because I've heard some people say it tripled. I heard some people say it doubled. I can't remember right now, but it increased substantially.
Yeah, 100%. That like, and then yet we're meant to believe that it's like some peaceful, like amazing thing that came out of Israel. It's why I don't give a shit about the two-state solution. I don't believe it. I don't buy it.
Farce.
It's like listening to whatever you think about Ilan's politics. Ilan is a left-winger and a communist, but simultaneously, Ilan is someone who's lived in Israel for a very fucking long time and knows his shit about Israeli society and all of these things. And what he says is the only reason that people even bother to talk about this, the only reason that people bother to talk about this is so they don't actually have to deal with anything at all.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's another testament. Like, Elon is Israeli, right? And then when you hear someone like Ethan or Hila talk about their Israeliness and blame all of the criticism that they receive on the fact that they're Israeli, as opposed to, you know, the conscious decisions that they make, the things that they say, the things that they choose to cover and choose not to cover. By blaming all of their criticism on being Israeli, oh, Hila can't choose where she was born. Neither can Elon, but he made the decisions that prevent people from criticizing him on the grounds that they criticize Hila and Ethan for, right? He's a decent guy. He writes about the problems. He's not a Zionist, right? Like, you can be Israeli and not be a Zionist as Elon is.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't receive that type of vitriol because he doesn't deserve it.
No, 100%. Like, Ilan is someone as well who served in the Israeli military, but doesn't have like any ambiguity about condemning the Israeli military. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if have you seen the posts that like that one of my moderators has found from Hila?
No, I haven't.
Okay, these are quite shocking. So we found out that first of all she followed Noah Tishby, Hen Mazig, and a couple of other.
I knew the Hen Mazig thing.
But she liked a post in which Noah Tishby says, supporting people who want to bring up the next generation to be two things and two things only, murderers and martyrs, and we should be supportive of freeing Palestine from the culture of a death cult. And another which said, jihadi culture has infested our society in America, Europe, and abroad. It basically agrees with, you know, the Rudy Giuliani point. In fact, it's actually more extreme than Rudy Giuliani's point. Like, genuinely,
Yeah.
It's more extreme. Like,
Well, yeah, she's like actually making like she's presenting an argument, like extrapolating that logic into an actual argument. And what did Hila like? Did she like post it or something? What did she do with it?
She just likes these posts, but she doesn't. And also, it's not like she likes all of them. She liked another one about how the starvation in Gaza was actually the result of the UN and Hamas colluding together, and Hamas's attempts to continually control the aid in the Gaza Strip, instead of just confronting, like, no, hang on a second, this is much more to do with the GHF just being an awful mechanism, and like advocating for the Gaza, like an infographic that was just saying the GHF is good and like works really well, which is insane, because even if like, I'm sorry, if you claim to care so much and research so much better than your opponents, basic levels of research on famine and anything will teach and tell you, no, what the GHF particularly fails in is in a mechanism of looking after the most needy during a famine, that those who are in situations where they cannot collect aid are the people who need aid the most. And setting up a Hunger Games-like system where only fit young men can get there, because it even... how it actually operated was crazy. You know, they were like sent to a kilometer away, and then there was like a 10-minute announcement on Facebook saying, right, GHF is open now, go there, go get your aid. That's just insane. Like, to advocate for that.
Because I covered the GHF in one of my videos. They literally replaced 400 aid distribution sites by the UN, which Israeli military officials said themselves was efficient and working. They replaced that with 4 militarized distribution sites, and they said, oh, we hope to expand to 16 at some point. What do you think happens? This is just supply and demand principles. When you have these very few militarized distribution sites that replaced a vast network of 400, what do you think happens to people? What kind of... How do you treat people like that? That's like, you don't even treat animals like that.
100%.
Right? And Ethan defended that, right? I saw a post of him pointing, like, this is a little bit unrelated. But he said something about the Gaza Ministry of Health being like an arm of Hamas, or it's Hamas is like in charge of that. Brother, like, this is like right-wing Zionist propaganda at this point. This is not even like liberal Zionist. That's another thing. I know I'm rambling.
No, don't. You're not rambling at all. This is like, I mean, people. I'm sure that the chat will say they're loving it. I think most people though are just like currently sat and listening to, you know, like what's being said, because this is like important, interesting stuff. And as I said to Noah, and I think I've said to you as well, the kernel of what matters about Ethan Klein, and as you literally made clear, the kernel of what matters is literally just, it is a way to talk about Palestine to a way larger audience. And I think that that's one thing, especially in the waning interest of Palestine post, like, oh, it's a ceasefire there now. We cannot let this change. We cannot let any of the momentum and thought around Palestine go away. And anything which maintains interest and helps to continue it, if it is just that kernel where you get to talk about how serious this distinction between liberal Zionists, because, by the way, Israel plans a propaganda drive now to correct American opinions on Israel, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It was
My
just me,
issue.
just so we can do both of us here.
Yeah. I don't give a flying shit about Ethan. I think he's an absolute moron. But what I do care about is his reach, which, I mean, I didn't even realize how many people actually gave a fuck about him. I have like friends in real life who have earlier on like built their earlier conceptions of Israel Palestine through Ethan's podcast. And I was like, dude, why are you listening to this fucking moron? So they don't anymore. But like, I didn't realize that people actually did look to him for, I guess, politics, which not something people should do. But there are a few more things that I have written down about him that I think are pretty despicable. He said that the discrimination faced by Palestinians inside Israel proper was analogous to the discrimination faced by minorities in America, right? So he argued that inside the Green Line that there's no segregation. So, obviously not true. Like, the entirety of historical Palestine is subjected to apartheid conditions. There's actually an essay that I really like, and I wanted to, I don't know if you've read it, but it's from Professor Sari Makdisi. I cite it a lot in my videos. It's called, it's called A Racism Outside of Language. And in it, he says, quote, "Every single major South African apartheid law has a direct equivalent in Israel today." And he's talking inside the Green Line. He's not talking about the occupied West Bank and the Gaza Strip. He then lists the many South African laws that have an analogous Israeli counterpart inside the Green Line. He goes, the Population Registration Act of 1950 has an analogous law in Israel. So does the Black Education Act of 1953. So does the Prohibition of Mixed Marriages Act of 1949, which are all South African apartheid laws that have a counterpart in Israel. So to point to discrimination against minorities in America, which is obviously a serious problem, and say that that is equivalent to the racist letter of the law in Israel, and use that dishonest point to deflect from the fact that there is an apartheid throughout the entirety of historical Palestine, what do you call that other than being a Zionist? How is that not Zionist propaganda? Right?
Yeah.
And
carry on.
You know, go for it.
The only thing I was going to say is, just speak for a second.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there's a slight delay is the only issue. I don't know why. It's not synced, which I don't know how to fix. I don't know.
Oh, like with my voice?
Yeah, I don't know if
With my
anyone's
mouth?
noticing that or if that's just me. It's because it's just not synced, which is annoying. Also, thank you. Sophie just said, I have seen zero coverage of Palestine from either of the news outlets I work for since the ceasefire. It's insane. So listening to y'all is incredibly refreshing. Exactly. And I think that the other thing that's so important about Palestine is all of these things, we cannot forget that, like, they are structures that predate the Gaza genocide, that have contributed to the Gaza genocide. People are just saying the delay is not the end of the world. So I think we'll just accept it. Like, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, fuck it.
No worries. It might be my part. Like, I'm honestly so bad at this shit, dude.
Hold on, just check 1 second. Sorry.
Check.
I don't know if it's happening on my own. Who knows? I don't care that much. But yeah, like, and in fact, you said, like, people go to Ethan for political advice. Hen Mazig is, like, an influential Zionist figure. He was posting about, like, Hila and Ethan being subjected to, like, a Nazi, anti-Semitic, anti-Israel campaign about Teddy Glow. Like...
Yeah, I saw that.
Which is probably one of the craziest things that you could actually say and think about. Because, like, it shows you how this campaign of being like, I'm targeted because I'm Jewish, and giving that out to loads of people who are engaged with like drama and slop, like people who are just entirely like, who view Ethan Hassan through the lens of just like Nick DeOrio, fucking Asmongold, who just watch it for like the blood sport. Like, I'm sorry. What you've got to understand is this is like reaching out to an audience of like, wow, lefties are all Jew-hating monsters. Like, I spoke to some guy not long ago, and there's a lot of people who say this, who said that he wanted to see more killing in Gaza, that he wanted to see remigration in the United Kingdom, ending at what point, I don't know, with all black people. But he also called me a lefty Jew hater who wanted to see Jewish people killed. And it's like...
Yeah, I get that a lot too.
And it's just unbelievable how this is kind of a thing that we're kind of told over and over again, that like, oh no, it's just a content creator being this way. But it's actually like, no, this is contributing to really serious stuff about like not confronting the reality of what's going on in Palestine in favor of, you know, being like, actually, no. This is all anti-Semitic, because the things we're talking about, you know, like saying, well, it's just like a bit bad for Palestinians there. Even if this were true, by the way, cutting off the rump of the apartheid state and being like, well, you know, the millions of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank are just...
as if that's just detached.
And how is it plausible to keep human beings in that situation? How is it plausible without a vile racism in your society? The answer? It's not.
Well, dude, even the laws, like the letter of the law in Israel is predicated on maintaining that oppressive structure. That's the definition of apartheid, right? It's inhumane acts committed by one racial group that dominates another with the intent to preserve that oppressive structure. That happens in Israel. The law, the Knesset of 1958 Basic Law says that the Central Election, and I'm quoting from an Amnesty International report, the Central Elections Committee can disqualify a party or candidate from participating in elections if their objectives or actions are meant to negate the definition of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state. That's an apartheid law.
What does... Also, I was talking about this. What is a Jewish state? Like, what does it mean? Because even in Israel, this is not an agreed upon thing.
Like is it halakha law? Is it...
Is it halakha? Is it a state that's secular? Is it a state that always maintains a Jewish majority? But the thing is where everyone gets to, unfortunately, and where all Zionists are is, no, it's a Jewish majority state. And I'm sorry, you would, and as we went back to, you would disdain anyone who said, no, America permanently needs a white majority. America permanently needs that. You would. But apparently on Israel, that's just fine.
Well, I mean, you know this, the 2018 Basic State Law, it's very easy to point to. It says in it that the right to exercise self-determination in the state of Israel is exclusive to Jewish people. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if that was in Canada? Oh, this is exclusive to whites or even Christians, or if that was in the UK or in America, that would be unacceptable. Why is it any less unacceptable in Israel?
And the other thing I would say is this kind of revulsion that I feel is not exclusive towards perceived Israeli left-wingers. I also feel this revulsion about people in the United Kingdom who complain about the far right but have no problem with the mainstream of our politics that are like the Conservative Party, where, you know, they're preaching crazy shit, and then I mean, you probably wouldn't know about this. In the UK, Keir Starmer quoted this guy called Enoch Powell, who gave a famous speech which was like, oh, one day the black man will hold the whip over the white man, and the streets will run red with rivers of blood, will foam with rivers of blood, or something to that effect. He quoted this part about Britain becoming an island of strangers. And it's like, the point at which we are reaching is repugnant. And you have to confront this. And anyone who's just like, no, Labour's going to save us, isn't true. And you know what? You know what? Someone, Tony Soprano Lover just said, funnily enough, Ethan called Israel a theocracy back in 2016. Like,
well, dude, I tweeted once, pretty much just saying what I said now, how Israel it's an ethno state, it's an apartheid state, and I listed out some basic laws, some sources, and Ethan took that, posted it on his story, and goes, cool story, bro. I never even said it wasn't an ethno state. But then he continued to go on to defend it. So how do you reconcile that jump in logic? That on one hand it's an apartheid state, but then on the other I'm going to still defend it. Or sorry, an ethno state is what he said. I mean,
it's like I think about this a lot with the Nazis. Most people just go, the Nazis are evil and bad, and it's like, okay, why don't you like them? Explain their politics and tell me what it is about their politics that you don't like, what you find unacceptable, why you think it's good Britain beat them. Because eventually you'll just end up with, well, I'd like the Nazis' politics, but just slightly less racist, basically, and more tempered.
Yeah.
And without... sorry.
No, you go, bro, you go.
I was just going to say, and without the one part which most people would have found disagreeable and impossible to for even a lot of fascists, which is that only the German race would reign supreme over all other races. Like that's basically the disagreement with a lot of modern right wingers. Like, as I say, Charlie Kirk, like materially, what is different about someone who talks about prowling blacks going around and jumping on white women that they can find, and someone who, like Adolf Hitler, who said the same thing about Jews and German women.
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying.
But yeah,
disgusting, dude.
It really is, and I think that's mostly like the problem with Ethan and kind of what you've explained as well, is just confront the reality. Just listen to what people say instead of picking and choosing what you listen to on the basis of knowing that your community and sort of group of those around you will lap up, if you know what I mean.
There's a book by Ali Abu Nima. It's called the Battle for Justice in Palestine, and I believe it's chapter 3. But in it, he talks about South African apartheid, and in it, he points out how even the most liberal critics of the apartheid in South Africa still overwhelmingly opposed one person, one vote throughout the entirety of South Africa, and those were the liberals. And what they would do is they would point to the Mau Mau rebellion in Kenya, or they would point to Congo post-independence, and they would conjure up these images of, uncivilized indigenous black Africans, and point to that, creation that they've concocted, and say, well, us as whites are in danger. If we dissolve the apartheid, there will be retribution. We won't be safe. What ended up happening? And Ethan has said this exact thing about Palestinians. What ended up happening in apartheid South Africa was, once it lost its international legitimacy and became a pariah, and, as well as the military pressure it was facing on its perimeter, once it dissolved, there was not this mass casualty event. There was not this mass violence against white people, right? It went, incredibly smoothly compared to what people were conjuring up and saying would happen. That didn't happen. So what is the difference with apartheid in Israel? What is the difference between the Palestinians, who are painted as these barbarous savages, and the indigenous black Africans, who were painted as these barbarous savages? Right? It's not an excuse to maintain an apartheid structure because you fear retribution for the things that you shouldn't have been doing.
Exactly. And it's so funny as well, because even today, so much like international focus of the right, and even the BBC did something on about this. They wrote about like white Afrikaners living in poverty, because there's not that many white Afrikaners who live in poverty. There are some, but there are millions of black people living in the worst imaginable situations still to this day in South Africa, and many of it are like hangovers from apartheid, like land still being concentrated in white hands. And then if you sell it to black people, they'll be like, well, it'll devalue the people around it who have the land. And it's where like these land seizures come from. They're like people taking over land, and they're generally bloodless, by the way. Like they're very rare that they have produced a situation in which there's blood, where people just go and claim the land because they're like, hang on a second, black people are living in what they call shacks, which are just like, metal like tin things, and some of them are even in, like, after apartheid ended, loads of businesses just fucking pulled out because you couldn't exploit people in the same way anymore, which would happen with Israel, by the way. How many people would flee to Silicon Valley after they couldn't just go and run some shitty fucking startup based entirely on surveilling and killing Palestinians? They'd run away. Well, actually, you know what? The sad thing is if it ended in the same way as apartheid South Africa, the surveillance shit will still be there. But
That's one thing. When the apartheid structure dissolves in Israel, which hopefully will happen soon, that is something that needs to be. We need to be cognizant about that, because the neoliberal apartheid that then prevailed in South Africa is something to avoid, right? Like, you don't want the concentration, the economic pockets to be under solely Jewish control, because then you end up mirroring the systems of apartheid, obviously to a lesser degree and without the law, the letter of the law. But you need to be very cognizant of those pockets of wealth and where they end up.
100.
And there needs to be repatriation and like substantial reparations too. Like, I know it's nice to say, like, we need one person, one vote, equal democratic rights, one state, which is what I believe. But there needs to be a substantive reparations program and a focus on repatriation, because a lot of these people, they can still see the houses they were kicked out of. There's no reason that they shouldn't be able to reclaim those properties.
I think,
which, I mean,
Patrick Wolf puts the figure at 61% in 1961. Actually, I'll check. Wait, I'll check this. Let me just check this statistic, because it is crazy. Let me just find out. I'll be able to find it quickly. Oh, sorry. No, it wasn't as high as I said. By 1961, after more than a decade of massive immigration, the proportion of Israeli Jews still living in Palestinian people's houses was still as high as 1/3. That's after the mass wave of immigration from the Middle East, and still 1/3 of Israeli Jews lived in Palestinian homes. I'm sorry, if you recognize the significance of the Nakba, that is just fucked to imagine. And it is even more fucked when you take into account that those homes still had whatever the fuck was in them. And it was just taken from them by...
Yeah, like fucking like chairs and tables and all of that shit, yeah.
Imagine just knowing...
Yeah, they took like their like dog, or no, like cats or whatever.
Cats, dogs, all this stuff. It was taken away. Like, someone just imagine, like, no one can imagine that as, like, some reasonable and normal scenario. And I think that, like, confronting that and recognizing that goes so much beyond a two-state solution. Because the two-state solution that most of these people imagine is definitely just like, oh, it's all fine, and, like, Israelis say sorry to Palestinians, and that's just okay for Palestinians. But it's like, hang on a second. Like, Palestinians... have had their economy destroyed in the West Bank since the 1930s. Before that, actually, like, all of the soap making factories were closing. Like, Ghassan Kanafani writes about this. It's why Palestinians were so angry, in part, was because just like, hang on a second, our lives have just been turned upside down.
Yeah.
But then also, there's this other key factor in what's going on at this point, is like, tourism is destroyed in the West Bank now. Bethlehem, Jerusalem, all these places that used to have industries related to tourism. It's like, I don't know what mother of pearl is, just like some thing that you make stuff with. Mother of pearl, that's all gone. Stone cutting industries in the West Bank, gone. Like other things, like the most work that Palestinians now get in the West Bank is building settlements, which is fucking crazy. Or running like a stall where they service settlements, where they like give sweet treats and things to fucking settlers. It is the dynamics of Palestine, to sit there and draw an equivalency and to say of Palestinians, oh, you need to recognize more the Israeli side. One of the most deranged and out there statements I can imagine. Because how are you telling me that in any way Israelis and their experience is near the Palestinians? Not in terms of spectacular violent death. Because Israelis can appreciate, oh, we had some civilians killed. So maybe that you could say that there's some understanding. But appreciation of a life destroyed entirely. Of course, not to the degree of Palestinians, by the way. But... to the degree of control, surveillance, denial of just a normal existence. No shot. Israelis have never experienced that in comparison.
No, it's not even close. Yeah, that's another thing I detest. I don't believe that there's an equivalency, and I detest those that try and interject one as if there is one. There isn't. There's no moral equivalency whatsoever. There's another thing I wanted to say that Ethan did that I found hilarious, because this is like to the right of a good deal of like liberal left Zionists. When he did his Nakba revisionism, he parroted like the age-old Israeli foreign ministry myth that the Palestinians fled in 1948 because Arab leaders told them to. That's what he said. obviously not true. Even like self-proclaimed ardent Zionists like Shlomo Ben-Ami has written in his book Scars of War, Wounds of Peace, and he said that this is essentially bullshit.
Mhm.
Benny Morris has said that this is bullshit, and Benny Morris is not a good guy. He's no friend of the Palestinians.
No, no, and I cannot believe that it is so difficult to reckon with the fact and never see how dangerous it is to say that Israeli, to make the claim that Israeli Jewish people, I can't remember. I've just lost my trail of thought because someone told me that there's a clip we should watch together. But to reckon with the fact that Palestinians are, to reckon with the fact that it is not some Islamophobic campaign, but some Islamophobic thing,
Democratic country
but rather
by
Use
choice.
it when I want to
that
use it.
Israel has committed an unbelievable amount of crimes against the Palestinians. Sorry, I'm
Democratic
just
country
checking.
by
Use
choice.
it when I want to use it.
It's your
Don't even worry.
fucking choice.
Yeah. Oh, the only thing is how do I download a video from Instagram? Oh, but to reckon with the fact that it's not just an Islamophobic campaign, when you've said something that is to the right of Benny Morris and has no basis in
Oh, you mean
history.
like anti-Semitic campaign?
Yes, to claim that it's an anti-Semitic hate
Okay.
campaign against you, but
Yeah.
not to recognize that it's like, but to never have the ability
Yeah.
to recognize what it is.
Like, bro is saying shit to the right of self-proclaimed ardent Zionists and then bitching when people are like, why do people call me a Zionist? You're a fucking moron. That's why.
Exactly. And I just think like that is probably the main issue. The fact of like never ever reckoning with it. Not just that it's said, but that the claim that you're actually, an advocate for Palestine, most of your audience is pro-Palestine and all these things, when actually the hard reality of it all is that this stuff is really troubling. This stuff, in fact, when I was reading about the conference in the 2000 Camp David summit, apparently that's what the Israeli delegation kept on doing. They kept saying to the Palestinians, "Oh, you're responsible for what happens. The Arab leaders told you to leave and all this stuff." But actually, the Palestinians then showed them testimonies and was like, "No, this is happening because of what you've done."
Well, Shlomo Ben-Ami, he was a participant in those negotiations. He said himself, if I were Palestinian, I would not accept the Camp David agreement. He said that. I would not have accepted it. I believe my memory serves me right. He was talking about the generous offer 2000, right? When he said that?
I've heard that, and I've heard that quote.
I have it in my script. It's sourced here. Let me just make sure. Palestinians.
Is it in a debate with Norman Finkelstein or something?
I think.
Yes, it is. It
I think
is.
it
I
is,
found it.
right?
It's from Democracy Now. Scars of War.
Yeah.
Former Israeli foreign minister. If I were a Palestinian, I would have rejected.
I would have
Camp David.
rejected Camp David. Yeah, I found it in part 2 of our debate. Yeah. This is it. This is where he says it.
It is one of the craziest things. It is one of the craziest things that, like, still to this day, I'm meant to actually believe that we need re-litigation on whether Palestinians are responsible for their own oppression when they're the ones living under the apartheid state. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, like, at what point do you just understand that this is a project that can't be salvaged? That the supposed, left-wing Israeli dove, Yitzhak Rabin, has, in his own words, offered Palestinians less than a state, issued orders to break the bones of Palestinian protesters. You have Shlomo Ben-Ami, a liberal Zionist, saying, I would not take this deal either. It's dog shit. So, like, at what point do you just say, okay, we need a radically new form of engagement with this issue?
And that's the issue. It's like it's just this unwillingness to say, actually, this whole Israeli thing, this Zionist thing is bullshit. It is utter bullshit. Yeah. There's no liberal version. There's no acceptable way to say Israel is good and moral and just. If you are reckoning with what Israel has done at any point in its history, then you realize that there is a huge structure of dispossession and rejection of Palestinian people having any place in this society, and that's why these solutions don't work.
There's a quote. It's in Benny Morris's revised version of the birth of the Palestinian refugee problem. And again, I fucking hate Benny Morris. But in that book, he himself said, who is a Zionist, who is a complete piece of shit, he said in that book, if my memory serves me correctly, I'll try and quote it verbatim, but he said, transfer is inbuilt and inherent to Zionism, and you cannot have a Zionist state without what he said was a major displacement of Arab population. That's what he said, and this is a Zionist. This is a man who defends the ethnic cleansing in the Nakba. Right? He said they should have done more of it. He said that they should have kicked all of the Palestinians out. So that's something that he is acknowledging.
How do you have a Jewish state in a land that for thousands of years did not have a Jewish state? That, like, when people are like, oh, look what happened thousands of years ago. Look at this Israel existing 2,000 years ago. Palestine was like the Palestine that was pre-existing, the Zionist colonization was far more contiguous with that because it was part of the history rather than a new state that was built there, a new state that was based on creating a European state as they admitted. Like it's crazy.
Yeah,
it is crazy to say that.
A portion of a rampart of Europe against Asia. That's the Herzl quote, right?
Yes, barbarism against civilization as well. Like Herzl was inspired by the scramble for Africa. He wrote to Cecil Rhodes because he was a colonist. And
in the letter, he called Zionism something colonial in that very letter.
And the other one is, and it's the funny thing about, like, Jabotinsky is revisionist Zionist, right? The only revision that he offered was, the Palestinians exist and we should take their land because we're superior to them and not pretend to ourselves that we shouldn't do that. It's unbelievable that, like, today I sit here and I learn apparently that Israel has got some, like, just and moral position and that apparently there's some two-state solution, when the more you actually engage with it, the more you engage with Palestinian history and literature about this, you actually see it for what it is. In the same way, most people would not have this kind of revulsion or like this kind of desire to defend the colonization of Canada. I mean, I guess you could make the argument with being in Montreal that there's some people who like want to defend it on the basis of, well, it was French and then the British colonized us, and so we need to actually preserve all the French stuff. Like some people make excuses to this day. And actually, you know what? That's not even just true. There's that clip of Tucker Carlson or something. I think it's Tucker Carlson where he's like, oh, most of them just died because of illness anyway. Not confronting what it was actually like. Sorry, there's a video that I've been sent.
Yeah, bro. I'm going to pee real quick because I've been drinking a ton of water. I did like a sauna at the gym this morning, so I sweat, so I'm trying to replenish.
No problem at all. Yeah. I'll just...
I'll be 1 sec.
Yeah, no problem. Video sent to your Twitter. Can I pop this out? Yeah, I can pop it out. Pop it out, and then I full screen it. This is the best I can do. Just this. Can I download this? Why can't I just download this clip very easily? I want to be able to show this. Ugh. Fuck me. What are you all thinking? Is this all going okay, like audio-wise and all this stuff? Hydrated King. Yeah, I'm hydrated as well. Read the super chats. Yes. It's the only thing that matters is the audio. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay. I've read the super chats. Oh no, wait, no, I missed one. The Mexican one. This is leftist infighting at its peak. Isaac versus Chris for anti-Semite of the year. That is a classic super chat. That's the one I missed. That is a banger. I like that a lot. Thank you, Alejandro. Thanks for the 50 Mexican. And thanks for the $10 Sophie. And thank you for everyone. Audio is fine. CWHM is just genuinely bad at her job and should find another. Well, I don't think that's really true, is it?
Yo.
Hello.
What's good, man?
Yeah. So, did you have anything else you wanted to say on like any points about Ethan's craziness or like that would fit within the thing?
Let me check. No, that's pretty much it. There was one thing I want to say about Jabotinsky and like the far right kind of thing. Like I know, don't misconstrue what I'm about to say because he's a wretched piece of shit. But the thing that I appreciate about like those like more revisionist, far right Zionists is that they're honest. That there's a level of honesty there. So like you read like The Iron Wall by Jabotinsky, and you see the guys saying like this shit is colonialism. Like colonized people are going to resist, so we need to build like a strong military apparatus and use uncompromising force until we get to a position where we can like negotiate through strength or from a position of strength. That is something that, as wicked as it is refreshing to see that someone's just being open. And like Menachem Begin, when it comes to the 6-Day War,
Yeah.
this fucking guy goes, yeah, no, like Nasser's concentrations in the Sinai, like that was no big deal. We decided to start the war, like you know, he's like kind of bragging.
Yeah, yeah.
That's something, you know, that's maybe that's where like my my strong my focus on, I guess, tackling like the more liberal Zionists comes from, because like the right wing Zionists can't help themselves but look like wicked pieces of shit because they're honest. But the liberal Zionists, they kind of like, you know, they play those games. So that's where I feel like there needs to be more deconstruction of what they stand for.
100%. Yeah, and Jabotinsky's funny because Jabotinsky just it doesn't say that colonialism is a bad idea. Like that's the funny thing. Jabotinsky will say like, oh, like I'm fine with Zionism. Sorry, I just don't think, or like I don't think colonialism is bad. That's the main thing. He's like, we just shouldn't deceive ourselves, I think is actually the quote.
Yeah.
That he's like, not even the, and it's funny how racist he is. He's like, not even the West Papuans will trade this. Also, I just want to listen to this thing that I've been sent. I just want to see if I can get, yes.
Yeah, bro.
Yes. I can just get
Do I click watch stream?
Yes,
I got a little
Can you see it?
Yeah, is a guy with the tank top on.
Joey Salads, yeah. It's an old sort of
it is.
H3 person.
Okay.
Oh, it has no audio for some reason. I don't know why it has no audio. That is really weird. Live caption? I have no idea why this isn't working. I think we're going to struggle to watch this clip. You could timestamp it for me and I can find it, but it's not working. That's unfortunate.
What is it?
It's like a clip of Joey Salads saying, it's Ethan saying something crazy back in 2017 about Joey Salads. I don't know what is causing it. I don't know what is causing it. But I mean, either way, but like we can do that at some point once I work out a way to actually do it. However, what I did want to talk to you about is the fucking ADL.
Let's do it. Let's get into it.
So if you guys don't know, Overzealots' most recent video is about like, it's kind of like a history, but more what the ADL is as well, I'd say, right? And so like, I guess, do you know what? It would be a good idea if you gave like a brief explanation of what the ADL is and like where it came from.
Yeah, I mean, the ADL, like it formed in the early 1900s as a civil rights group that was meant to, I guess, combat anti-Semitism. And, you know, they have this mission statement where they say that their goal is to stop the defamation of the Jewish people and secure justice and fair treatment to all, right? So that's their mission statement. Over the years, the ADL has primarily concerned itself with Israel advocacy. So it advocates for the state of Israel. It engages in a bunch of programs to secure diplomatic favor for Israel. They have this program where they take American police for training in Israel. And there's even like a leaked memo from ADL officials. There's a leaked memo of them after the death of George Floyd saying, essentially, holy fuck, like, are we responsible for like the violence and increased brutality of the American police forces? Why are we sending American police who enforce American laws to fucking Israel for training?
Fucking hell! Wait, there's a leaked internal memo talking about that.
Yeah,
talking about Jesus fucking Christ, a leaked internal memo. Jesus, I mean, because I saw that you'd mentioned that like that don't they like boast about the really high uptake rate of it as well?
Yeah. Let me find it. That was I had to use like the Wayback Machine to find like this PDF they put out in 2016. Hold on, leaked internal memo. I'm just looking at my script. Okay, here we go. I'm reading from the Institution for Middle East Understanding.
Oh yeah.
In 2020, in the wake of mass protests following the murder of George Floyd by Minneapolis police, a leaked internal memo quoted 2 senior ADL executives questioning whether the ADL's police training program in Israel exacerbated U.S. police brutality, writing, quote, "In light of the very real police brutality at the hands of militarized police forces in the U.S., we must ask ourselves difficult questions like whether we are contributing to the problem. We must ask ourselves why it is necessary for American police enforcing American laws would need to meet with members of the Israeli military. We must ask ourselves if, upon returning home, those we train are more likely to use force." That's what they said.
Yeah, I mean, and then do you know one of the funniest, like most cyclical parts of that is that then later on, what's his name? Greenblatt is like, actually no.
Well, Mamdani.
Yeah, Mamdani's anti-Semitic for talking about that's like naked anti-Semitism because he said the IDF laced the boots of like laced the boot
police,
which was
yeah.
on George Floyd's neck, and it's just crazy. Like, I mean, just thinking for a second, why are you going to Israel to learn from these people? But then again, at the same time, the Israeli military are surveilling a population and suppressing far larger and far more regular civil disobedience than the American police are. So go learn from the people who do it more regularly. No matter how violent and barbarous they may be, the techniques, the Americans must be like, oh, these are field tested, great things. And someone actually asked a question. Irene asked a question. When did the change in the focus by the ADL actually happen towards, like, I'm assuming towards Israel, which you explained in the video, but
Yeah, like, I mean, the ADL, like, in its inception, like the early 1900s, it did some like decent things, you know, like it rallied against the Dearborn Independent, Henry Ford, who is like actually a fucking anti-Semite. It monitored pro-Nazi groups. It campaigned for like the '64 Civil Rights Act, but it still like, you know, did a lot of shit that undermined those efforts. But I think the thing with the ADL was, people say that it was like during like 1967 when the focus switched and they started really hyper-focusing on Israel, but that's kind of like what happened in America in general after the 6 Day War. But the thing with the ADL, and this is just my opinion, I believe that it's an organization that maybe not right away, but in the earlier leg of its existence, became obsessed with cozying up to state power. And that state power at first was the American state, right? So they supported like the controversial execution of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, who were, you know, executed during the height of the Red Scare for you know, for like allegedly working with the Soviet Union, you know, sharing nuclear codes or whatever. But you know, Ethel Rosenberg, she in specific looked like she had little to nothing to do with the case. Like her own brother, David Greenglass, he admitted years later that, because originally he said that his sister had nothing to do with it, and then right before the trial, he like hastily changed his story and was like, actually, she did that shit. And then years later, he did an interview, and there's a book, what's it called?
this is one of the most insane quotes I've ever seen, by the way, as well. This is
You're
one
gonna
of
fucking
the
die,
most
bro.
insane quotes that I hope that the chat, like, I hope that there's at least some people who haven't seen the video because this quote is so insane.
Let me read this part of the script. David Greenglass, Ethel's brother, is the one who, shortly before their trial, changed his story and accused his sister of being a co-conspirator. When Greenglass recounted this incident many years later, he admitted that he actually thinks it was his wife who was guilty of co-conspiracy, not his sister Ethel, and he admitted, quote, "My wife is more important to me than my sister." And then he goes on to say, "My wife is my wife. I mean, I don't sleep with my sister, you know?" That's what he said.
Unbelievable.
What a fucking goof, man. Yeah.
Like, just that being
What a
your
piece of
defense,
shit.
I don't, for like betraying your sister and getting her killed, I don't sleep with her is
But
unbelievable.
the crazy part about that story is the ADL actually like did not come into the picture to defend them, and this is a Jewish couple that was being, you know, racially harassed because, you know, there was the whole Judeo-Bolshevism thing. This was in the height of the Red Scare. A lot of Jewish people were, you know, there was a lot of anti-Semitic tropes being applied to these people. And I would definitely go out and say that there was tons of anti-Semitism that had to do with this case. The reason that they got such a harsh penalty, the death penalty. This was But what I was gonna say is what's his name? The FBI director, J. Edgar Hoover, who is a piece of shit. He worked to get Fred Hampton killed. He proposed that Ethel Rosenberg be punished with only 30 years in prison, but an ADL judge who presided over the case, I think his name was David Koff. He was an ADL judge. He ignored Hoover and he outright sentenced Ethel to death. And the ADL then put out a joint statement and said that those who were seeking justice in the Rosenberg case, by pointing to the fact that there's obviously some anti-Semitism involved here, the ADL said that they were trying to, quote, inject the false issue of anti-Semitism into the story. And this is an organization that blames fucking everything, every criticism of Israel today on anti-Semitism.
It is amazing, like looking at its history, because I've heard it called the Apartheid Defense League, and I've seen like snippets of this, but you like detailing.
Yeah.
What was his name? So it's in the 80s, right? It's revealed that there's a spy called Roy Bullock, right?
1993 is when the spy ring came to light.
But yeah, he's a spy, and you explain the story. So this Roy Bullock guy who works for the ADL, right, ends up spying on anti-apartheid activists in America and selling it to the
and
South Africans?
selling the information to the South African government. Now, what I just told you about Ethel and the Rosenbergs, they were executed for supposedly working with a foreign government. Roy Bullock, on the part of the ADL, sold information to a foreign government, right? And the ADL championed the Rosenbergs' death.
Mm-hmm. Unbelievable.
Right, so yeah, in 1993, a major revelation about the ADL's activities came to light, marking one of the most scandalous moments in the organization's history. It was exposed for running a large-scale, illegal spy ring for over 30 years. Yeah.
And
they had files on...
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go for it.
That was exactly what I was going to ask. I was going to say, who were the victims of the sort of spy ring that were sold to South Africa?
They had files on over 12,000 individuals and 950 organizations. They were also, they were spying on, activists who opposed Ronald Reagan's dirty wars in Latin America. They were even, this is really bad. No, not that the other stuff wasn't. This one particular is really bad. They spied on Black American congressmen, and they would sell information on Black American congressmen to the white supremacist government of South Africa. And this is a supposed civil rights group. There's a lot more that they did too.
It's just unbelievable that then today, their statistics on anti-Semitism are taken seriously, because you also noted, right, that who was it? Wasn't it there a recent case? Tatiana Rebel?
Tatiana Rebel, yeah. She opposed the ADL sending American cops to Israel for training, and they were caught spying on her.
It is unbelievable, and the Charlottesville stuff as well in the video that they were
Bro.
So at the Charlottesville 2017, right, where it was the what was it called, the March of the Far Right, the Rise of the Far Right, or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Where they held their tiki torches and went up and did their Nazi thing. What they advocated for the surveillance of the peaceful, the left wing activists, right? Didn't they?
So what they Unite the Right, that's what it was called. What they ended up doing was they put out a primer for law enforcement to infiltrate the Charlottesville riots, the white supremacist riots. Unite the Right, yeah. They put out a primer for law enforcement to go undercover and surveil the situation, and they said that they wanted them to do this to collect information on Antifa to later hopefully use that information to prosecute them. Keep in mind, this is a Nazi rally, dude. This is This is a white supremacist rally. They're flying Nazi flags and Confederate flags, and the ADL is concerned with what the fuck Antifa is doing there.
Yeah, 100%.
And this circles back to a main revelation with the logic of the ADL, is they'll say this themselves. Erwin Saul, who was the national director of fact finding for the ADL from 1967 to 1997, he said himself that his gripe was no longer with American Nazis or skinheads, but his gripe was with the Soviet Union and the American left, because they posed an actual threat to Israel, like the racist ambitions to maintain Israel's diplomatic standing with America. So that's where his criticism lied, and to this day, that's really where their criticisms are. They don't like the left because the left is against apartheid across the board, or at least it should be. It's consistent in that.
And
the right doesn't give a fuck about apartheid.
And also, just to bring it back, someone was in the chat like, oh, you're making this all about a Jewish content creator. But then someone else had a very good response, which is, Ethan has worked with the ADL. Now, with is questionable. Alongside is undeniable.
Oh.
Well, the ADL was very heavy on the Hassan Piker campaign. In fact, they have got very involved in the anti-Hassan campaign, more so seemingly than Elon Musk doing a Nazi salute or the promotion of, the Nazis on his platform. They have taken a much stronger stance against Hassan Piker. Because, ultimately, and I think that this is kind of what your video portrays, this organization has been odd from the start, getting heavily involved in the Red Scare and the Hollywood. It's the Hollywood stuff you said, right?
Yeah.
The Hollywood stuff as well. Getting involved in that, and then it's not like it took that much of a turn. It's always been a very unusual and odd organization that is basically just based, right, on targeting left-wingers.
Yeah, the logic of the ADL is much more concerned with targeting left-wing critics than right-wing critics, and that's what Erwin Saul himself said. He said that he's more concerned with the then Soviet Union and the American left, because they pose an actual threat to the ADL's imperial ambitions to keep Israel, in good standing with America.
I spoke to someone, because sometimes I do TikTok debates. I spoke to someone who was telling me that the Soviet Union were responsible for Arab animosity towards Israel because they'd given out, there's like an operation something, which the operation did exist, but the only places I can find talking about it are like Israel journals from like the 1970s. This is like Operation something. Oh, fuck. I wish I could remember the name of it. But it was like, what are you talking about here? In the context of the Cold War, the Soviet Union's support for, support for non-Jewish people, non-Jewish groups within the Middle East was not based on hatred of Jewish people. It was based much more on the logic of the Cold War, which was America increasingly sided with, Israel and pro-American groups, and then the Soviet Union, on the other hand, would be like, okay, we'll just side and sell weapons to the market where America can't get into because they're against America.
Well, the Soviet Union was originally supportive of Israel, Israel's establishment. They were supportive. The arms that were used during the Nakba came in through Soviet-governed Czechoslovakia. I mean, it was around the 1967 war when that started to change, a little bit before. Actually, Finkelstein has a quote about this in his Holocaust Industry, where he says that, around the 1967 war, once Israel proved its military might, as well as, Syria and Egypt were charting a more independent course around that time, or a little bit before. That's when foreign policy changed. But prior to that, America would, they would criticize Israel at the UN. People forget that, was it Eisenhower? Yeah, it was Eisenhower who forced, during the Suez Crisis to pull out. There is criticism coming from the U.S. It wasn't always America's ally in the Middle East. That happened closer to 1967.
I mean, that stuff was crazy. The overstep from the British and the French, making up an operation with Israel to get. Because it's basically what they do is they'd get Israel to launch an attack, blame Egypt, and then the British and French would go in and take control over the Suez Canal. Now, and by the way, if you ever wanted to see how organized this, fucking pro-Israel, even their, idiot debaters on social media actually are. So it's called Operation SIG. The amount of information about Operation SIG just a few days ago was particularly limited. However, since I have debated and spoken to this person, there's a website, first of all, which I found called Taking Back the Narrative, which is a pro-Israel thing. And then I've seen Honest Reporting using a pro-Israel content creator who sells eugenicist merch. Honest Reporting, by the way, the merch is called the 67.9 on YouTube, called Operation SIG. And it's just about I'm sure that this is massively overblown, whatever they're talking about, because these people are idiots and trying to blame the Soviet Union for anti-Israel propaganda today. It's like
they're blaming this. They're blaming the Soviet Union for Resolution 3379.
Is that
That's their
Israel is a racist
Yeah, that's
state?
what it said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they
The
claim
Zionism
that,
is racist.
They claim that it's mostly, but also, by the way, that was in part like to do with the fucking liberation movements fighting against Israel-aligned governments at that time from newly independent countries. And also this other thing when people are like whine on and on about like, why does Palestine get more interest and support? It's like Yasser Arafat was like an international politician, by the way. And like they were very good at coalition building. There's a reason that Nelson Mandela and Yasser Arafat were so fucking close with each other. Like like the way in which it's framed today in terms of, like this was all trickery of the Soviet Union. This is deranged. This is like the Soviet, bro, leave it in the past. The Soviet Union died 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago. Why are you resurrecting it? But of course, it's because the pro-Israel propaganda today has failed so badly that they're like this honest reporting account has moved on to now doing like Soviet Union propaganda.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah, they're just trying to blame it on the Soviet Union.
They're trying to blame. It's basically this operation that apparently they disseminated. The USA launched Zionism equals racism smear, calling it a smear. The legacy.
Yeah, I'm on the page.
That's
ridiculous.
I see it continues with Qatar. And by the way, this guy here is literally like, he sells merch called the 67.9, which is based on a fake IQ study to say that Palestinians in Gaza have an average IQ of 67.9. It is genuinely like eugenicist drivel.
Yeah.
Like, and this guy sells merchandise, and this is the Honest Reporting posting about this. Manufacturing a people, the KGB helped found the PLO, drafting its charter in Moscow. The original charter didn't even claim the West Bank and Gaza as a land for a state. It demanded the dismantling of Israel itself. Good.
Based. Super based.
It's like, I just think like the world in which we live of like the ADL, on it, like these organizations like Honest Reporting that are just like, we need to find a new way to do Israel propaganda. Leave it. The only people left to appeal to are just people who are pro-genocide. That is literally it.
Yeah.
You're not convincing young Republicans. You're not convincing a new young generation. This is insane. Like,
I don't know how Israel bounces back from this. Like, people who I know who are not even political, like family members, like my grandma will be like she'll tell me that she turned on the TV and she sees some crazy shit, and like she barely speaks English, but she'll gesture that it's like, oh, it's a disgrace. It's a maron.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how Israel bounces back, bro.
No, of course. Like, I don't think that people have reckoned with this enough. There's no second coming of Israel. The only hope that Israel really has is to play into like, we're the best at killing Arabs and you guys like that, so come on. It doesn't have like any merit of, I mean, did you see the clip of Lindsey Graham the other day where he said we're killing the right people? And he was talking about giving them he was like, we ran out of bombs. We didn't even have that in World War II.
World War II, I know. I'm like, bro, like, wasn't production a little bit more like over in World War II?
Of course, they were producing way more bombs.
Yeah.
And also, but like American industry.
What a stupid thing to say.
And also, like, American industry has definitely fallen down since then in terms of like like a wartime production of bombs in like in a world war where you were. I don't know how much they. I've read more about the First World War, but I don't know how much they were actually supplying the Allies with, like in terms of, I don't know. Like, I know what happened in the Second World War, obviously, but like the First World War, it's crazy though. It's crazy.
This is unrelated, but have you ever watched Pinocchio, the Guillermo del Toro?
No, I haven't. Why?
Pinocchio. So I watched it last night, and that shit tugs on the heartstrings, bro. The first scene is like World War I, and like the bombs kill Geppetto's son, and I'm like, bro, like 10 minutes in, you're crying.
I mean, the thing is,
So random.
No, it's not random at all. I've become like more interested in the First World War recently. The First World War and like the destructive capacities of it are mental. Like you have Remembrance Day in Canada, right? Like, but like our Remembrance Day is now just like put on as many poppies as possible and have like the biggest poppy in the world.
Us too. We do the poppy.
Yeah. But once upon a time, it was like, like you wore the poppy that you bought from the British Legion that was like supporting veterans or something. But like now it's just like, oh, we got to remember all of them and like support the armed forces. And it's like, hang on a second. Like the reason that people came out onto the streets for the First World War was like, this was just insanely destructive. What happened? Like people's lives were turned upside down. Like I mentioned this the other day, people had never had passports before the First World War because all of a sudden the British government needed more control over the British population because they were like, right, we're going to have to start conscripting people. And even like reading, by 1917, they were just like, the main thing that America could offer was just like, not the weaponry, because they hadn't actually fought a war like, the First World War. They hadn't fought it. But what they could fucking offer was just like fresh young men to go get killed because people were so fatigued and troubled by the horrors that they had seen of that war. And so it's like, I don't know when Pinocchio was actually written, because is that in the original story of Pinocchio that his son is killed?
I've never seen the original. Well, I saw the original a long time ago, but I think it came out in like the 40s. But this one is like a rendition. Like I don't know if you're familiar with the Guillermo del Toro's stuff.
Yes. I mean, he made Pan's Labyrinth, right?
Yeah.
Which is a very good film. But Geppetto arranged for Pinocchio to enter the cabinet instead, as he feared that his son would cease to exist if the curse was cast. Oh, so it seems like it's more magical in that one. Interesting that they made it about the First World War, though. Very interesting.
Well, yeah, like the first scene is like his son gets like killed by a bomb. I think it's like Austro-Hungarian bomb or something, and that happens in like 15 or 16. I don't know what it's supposed to be. But then his son dies, and then he like builds Pinocchio, and then the second World War starts, and then like it's really funny. Like Pinocchio gets like drafted to fight like for the fascist army of Italy.
Does he?
And there's this scene.
What in the
it's so
one,
funny.
Does he?
It's so it's crazy. Like they're doing like fascist salutes. Mussolini's in it, and like Pinocchio like makes fun of Mussolini. It's crazy, dude.
Really, that sounds like an interesting as fuck movie.
Yeah, that was I'm not gonna lie, bro. That was my fourth time watching it, so I didn't want to say that all right on the rip. But
I'm gonna have to watch it. I love Pan's Labyrinth. I haven't seen it in a really long time. Have you seen it?
A super long. That's about like it's got like the Spanish Civil War.
Yes, and her like father is like a fascist.
No, I don't remember. I can't.
And it has the very famous thing is the monster with the hands on its that have eyes in them that it like has to pick up. Because she's told, like, don't go to the table.
My girlfriend really likes that movie. I can't even remember it.
So I asked people if they had any questions to ask you, and are you happy to answer some, like, sort of stream-based questions? So someone says,
of course.
What does Overzealots think about this Plattner situation? Not the you know about Graham Plattner, right?
Yeah.
Not the tattoos or his service in the military, but the idea you need to rehabilitate these borderline war criminals within your society. A society where there is no appropriate punishment for acting in illegal wars, where in the end these veterans are just tossed to the wayside, and the idea that they are now pushing popular policies and may even get elected, they have a say in the direction of the US future. There's more, but like I'll because otherwise it'll kind of like, oh wait, no. Sure, they can be other candidates, but is the left-leaning party in the US being a little hypocritical, almost celebrating Plattner's popularity in this day and age? What do you think about that?
Oh, I mean, this might sound harsh, but I never liked Plattner. I never liked him. I always thought there was something about the guy. I caught a weird vibe. But the thing with him that like, look. If you get drafted in the military and you like say like do a tour and then you come back and you're like, holy fuck, I've been an agent of imperialism. This is really wrong. I made a mistake going. I don't have a problem with you, right? Like Elon Pape, he served in was it the 6-Day War?
6-Day War, yeah, 67. So
I don't have a right. He came back. He made right on his mistakes. He now works to highlight the Palestinian side of the issue, so I have no problem with him.
Mm-hmm.
But with a guy like Plattner, he did, if I'm not incorrect, he did what, 4 tours and then one as a PMC?
Mm-hmm. I think it's 3, and then 1 is as the PMC, so 4 in
Okay.
total. Like 1 as a.
I mean,
have you read the Reddit posts?
I saw them. He said something really fucked up, right? Like about how he wanted to he got the tattoo to commemorate what he did in Fallujah. Is that right?
Those probably aren't even the craziest ones. There's one where he's like did both Fallujah and then some other battle. I'm literally gonna pull it up. It is so
Ramadi?
insane.
Was it Ramadi?
Yes, I think it is. Have you seen that one? That tweet?
I think so. And he said that's why he got that skull tattoo.
He said he
Nazi
got it in
tattoo.
Croatia to like celebrate the things.
Bro,
he's-
I'm sorry. If you're in Croatia and you're picking up like a random skull off the wall and you don't think that there's like a 90% chance that that's a Nazi tattoo, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Mhm.
Croatia, bro.
Yeah, so he said, wanted to have an adventure and kill some people, joined up in 04, did Fallujah and Ramadi, and managed both. Hell of an experience. 2nd of January,
shit.
2020.
That's real? Like, what did he post it
This
on?
is posted on Reddit from his account.
Holy shit. He said I wanted to kill people?
Yes, like, I'm sorry.
Holy shit.
I think if he was like, I wanted to kill people and that was sick and I feel awful about what I've done and we need to like advocate negatively against what we've said and how we behave, maybe there'd be something there. But even then, I feel like when you're proudly
gonna be honest, bro.
posting that many years later, I don't know there's much hope for you. I think it's...
Yeah, look, I'm all for rehabilitation and shit, but like there's got to be a limit to this shit, dude. I want to kill people and then he goes out and does it 4 times and then as a PMC. Fuck you, dude. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that guy. I never liked him.
He also he has like there's a ton which I won't read, which are just him complaining about a fat guy in the military. Oh wait. I'll read this one. In Ramadi, I watched this big fat dude waddle his happy ass out into the street behind an Abrams tank and attempt to place an IED behind it in its blind spot. We chopped him to pieces with a PKM, but it was a ballsy move. Hard not to respect that kind of thing. It's also why we support our armor with infantry. Realistically, that sounds like the person who was doing that was probably just someone who was like, fuck the Americans for invading me, as opposed to a soldier. And just say, like, I'm sorry, I don't think there's much coming back from saying, I wanted to kill people. On Reddit, 16... when was the Battle of Fallujah? 2005? Battle of... No, it would have been before that, 2003, right? 2004. So 16 years later, just still being like happy to post, wanted to have an adventure and kill some people. Unbelievable stuff that he's now like, that kind of was glazed and glossed over.
I mean, that's I think it's just a testament to like the American left, bro. That this is who they're riding with. Like, I mean... I don't know. I don't have the answer for what to do about this, but like, I think you do need to hold. I think you do need to hold people who claim to be on the left, who purport to be on the left, to a higher standard. And this should go without saying, but wanting to kill people, and then 16 years later, writing about it semi-fondly, if not actually just full out, like happy, reminiscing. Like fuck that guy. That's the best you could do. Like, at least Mamdani seems like, he seems like a nice guy. Like,
yeah, I doubt.
I worry that he'll be corrupted by like fucking Obama, but seems like a nice person.
My worry more with like Mamdani is that he kind of like didn't talk about Israel as much after the primary, basically. But I hope that he upholds it, and because of who his father is, like a real like thinker on
a real scholar.
Yeah, and has been involved in politics like in many different places, including in Uganda. I think it was to do with like a war crimes tribunal was part of where he was involved in Uganda. But
really?
Noah said, in addition to whatever Noah Samson said, in addition to whatever anti-war argument he's campaigning off of now, he's campaigning off of now are all centered on the mental health of American soldiers. Yeah, I feel like I feel like never examining like how America... I feel like the interesting kernel of actually what he says there is actually much more like, hang on a second, why did you ever think that the US military was like an adventure to go and kill fucking people for BP?
I said something I said something in a video a while ago that people were fucking really mad at me for. But I said that this was in response to Mudahar, a Canadian guy, saying, "Oh, respect the American troops." There was something I said where I said, what was it? Name me a single time post World War II where the American military fought for American freedoms or was even on the right side of history. Like, when was it? Was it Panama? Was it Grenada? Was it Iraq? Was it Afghanistan? Was it Vietnam? Was it Korea? What time were they not the bad guys?
Yeah, I can't really like. The thing is getting rid of Saddam Hussein objectively. Like, Saddam Hussein was a really fucking bad guy, but that's not why they did it.
That was their guy. They propped him up. They funded that guy, and they funded him while he was wiping out the entire left wing of the Ba'athist Party. They didn't mind that.
Do you know about the betrayal that Bush Senior did of like the minorities in Iraq?
The Kurds?
Kurds and Shias. Do you know about? Have you ever heard of this? So
I don't think so.
My friend always told me this, who was an Iraqi Kurd and very interested in the history. He told me that Bush told them, rise up against Saddam and we'll support your insurgency. They did it.
Yeah.
And then he didn't support it. They just let Saddam go in and kill them all. And the sanctions.
They did that in Iran as well. Like they would operate with like the minority populations in both during the Iran-Iraq war to try and like sick them on their own government.
Yes. Because they were like, that's kind of like, and it's actually been really negative for the like Kurdish national movement, because now it's got a real affiliation with like amongst some who are like, well, they're just pro-Western imperialists, when it's like, actually, like, these people these Kurds, like wherever they were, generally just wanted to exercise their right to be fucking Kurdish. And that's the thing about states. Like, why I like or supportive of the Kurdish movement is because I believe that Kurdish people, have a fucking right to just live as Kurds, to not be harassed by a government. And the way in which Kurdish people have been used and treated by America is crazy.
Like pawns, like tools. Like in Syria is another good example. The Americans they fought ISIS in northern Syria. Like they fought off ISIS.
Most of the like ground actual fighting was done by Kurds.
Yeah. And then Trump pulled out and then let Erdogan bomb them, kill them. So I mean, it's fucked. I support the Kurds as well.
I'm pretty sure I read this. That allegedly most of Turkey's bombing was claimed to be against ISIS, but Turkey was just bombing the Kurds like over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, yeah, we're fighting ISIS, but we just got to bomb the Kurds first. And it's like, oh my goodness. So one of the next questions is, which is very specific, and I forget if Overzealots is Canadian or not, but if he is, which I believe you are, unless it's changed since last time we spoke, I'd love to hear his thoughts on where the broader Canadian left is at.
I mean, dude, I don't think it's. I feel like it's pretty similar to America. Like it's. I'm fighting every day to not become like a diehard like Maoist third worldist, because I just think that the first world like left is I think that we get too many treats. I think we get too many perverse benefits from say like the supply lines we've set up, like the cheaper labor that we benefit from. I just don't think that we are, as a whole, especially right now, are willing to do what it takes to like actually dismantle these systems. And that's something that like I have a hard time coming to terms with, because obviously, like, I'm pretty open, but what I believe, I'm a leftist, a socialist, and diehard anti-imperialist, and I just don't think that there is like it sounds super pessimistic. I kind of feel bad saying it. I don't think that there's like a serious like left force in Canada or America right now.
What do you think about like the sort of DSA kind of thing of like, DSA getting people in power who aren't just like
entryism, like infiltrate?
Yeah. Like, because part of me is like, it sounds good, but like, I look at like a hopeful article about like why people are focused on the DSA from 2016-17. It's like AOC is there, And it's like, actually,
Yeah.
like the more radical have generally been people like Talib, who's been like much more
Yeah.
unequivocally
better.
pro-Palestine, and that's much more just alignment with the Palestinian liberation struggle. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, I mean, I think, like, at the end of the day, we'll deal with, like, American politics because I think it's easier for the most amount of people to be familiar. I think, like, well, the Democratic Party has always been a bourgeois party. It's a bourgeois liberal capitalist party. I mean, I respect the idea, or at least I used to respect the idea of entering and trying to, like, transform it from within through, like, you know, like, reforms and maybe, like, amping up, like, the left flank of the Democrat Party. But I just think there's been too many instances of this method tried where it didn't work. Like, AOC is a good example. Like, what's she doing now? She's voting for more funding for the Iron Dome. That's fucking awesome. I mean, like, I feel bad because, like, I think Mamdani is a really nice guy. I like him a lot. He seems like a sweet, solid dude. But at the same time, like, I am also seeing, like, the cracks a bit, and I'm trying to be optimistic that, you know, he doesn't maybe go down the road of an AOC. Or like a Bernie, because Bernie has been very fucking disappointing. So, like, yeah, I don't really know. Like, would I like there to be a third party, a viable third party in America? I don't know how you could do that with, like, the first past the post system. But I would like to see that.
It is happening in the UK, where, like, it is quite likely that our established parties, and although America might like to claim it, our democracy, you know, has been slightly more democratic than theirs for a longer time, at least, as in, like, historically. You know, America's franchising was, like, after ours. But either way, in terms of the United Kingdom, like, or even if it's not, like, British, even if people don't want to contend that, British politics has been around a long time, and for the first time, you know, in a long time, the Labour Party and the Conservative Party look dead in the water. I mean, there's still 4 years to an election, but at the same time, they look dead. And the challenge from the left of the Zach Polansky, I don't know if you've heard of him. He's interesting as fuck. He's like a gay Jewish. He's like he ticks all the woke diversity boxes, but Polanski is just like, the only thing that's a bit questionable is he was like, oh, we'd have a relationship with Israel, but he believes they're doing genocide. He believes that they're like, that we should sell no more weapons. I think he believes that we shouldn't be in NATO, even if I'm, or maybe his belief on NATO is, I don't actually know 100% what his belief on NATO is. Either way, generally his positions are, I can't remember exactly, because I know people are saying Polanski wants out of NATO, but I don't think he actually said that. But either way, Polanski looks interesting, but I look at America and it's thinking of that happening is like, I don't know. I don't think that it's as likely in America because it's way more established. And even then, it's like, I hope that it happens. I hope that, like, Polanski wins. But right now, politics in the UK is troubling. And I the main thing I do think I take out of the Mamdani election, though, is I will not instantaneously close my heart to it. That if it disappoints me, I will be like, what's the surprise? And I'm not going to sit here and be like, the world is instantaneously going to change. But what I will say is, like, he seems personable. His father is, like, invested in him as, like, someone to make change. And he's someone who's discussed, like, the very fabric of nation states and how they should operate. And so I think that maybe there's change, but I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, I wish him well. Like, I have nothing against Mamdani. I think he's a nice guy. I want to see him succeed. But I also, you know, at one point I was a big Bernie guy. I obviously am no longer anymore. So I just don't want to get hurt again, you know? That's pretty much where I stand on it.
Exactly. And I think it's just like, maybe if I lived in New York, I'd have, like, a bit more celebration as well, but I don't know. So I've got a question, which is quite a theoretical question. I'm curious about your ideas on political intersectionality, how the issue of Palestinian sovereignty intersects with the politics of your lived reality, both materially and sociologically.
Okay, I will answer this, but I need to pee, because I'm going to be in pain trying to answer this. I'm so sorry.
Go to the bathroom. It's fine.
Okay.
Completely don't
I drank way too much water. I'll be right back.
No problem at all. Anti-imperial wing. Is Talib DSA? Talib. She's the first member of the... Interesting. But I think that, like, my point still stands that, unfortunately, one of the main reasons that she's stood on it so unequivocally is probably just, like, a bigger commitment to the Palestinian national cause. You know what I mean? Which sucks. Not, like, bigger than any other commitment. Can we watch the Ethan clip? Oh, goodness me. Yes, we'll do the Ethan clip that you have been asking for a very long time. We will do it, because... and then we'll get back to the question. 49:40. It's not too long a clip, right? You said it's only like 30 seconds. Who even are these people? Who's this guy? Who's this fucking egg character?
Different.
But then we'll get back to the question. Don't worry. We should. It's been a good call so far. What do you think? DXRism is the political ideology the world needs. No. It's the ideology the world has already had.
Yo, sorry.
Hello. There's this one clip that I wanted to watch through really quickly that I've been told is worth watching of Ethan back in a long time ago. Can you see?
Oh, let me click though.
You might have to watch my stream, yeah.
Okay, I can see it.
Yeah,
like,
that's
okay,
the
maybe we're
difference.
taking a little too-
That's the difference.
Right.
That's the difference.
So-
Is we have like a hierarchy structure of our church system where they're like, okay, this is bad. Like killing someone.
They all
for
agreed.
this, take
That's
that
why I
out.
say it's like a war of
Yeah.
ideas in a way. Because I do, on the other hand, acknowledge that, like, I think per capita, a lot of the weird fucking terrorism and crimes and shit, I mean, there's definitely some strong thread of violence through the Muslim community.
Yeah.
Or
No way.
It's an old clip, but like, oh.
Arab
Holy
Muslims to
fuck,
be more
dude.
specific.
The
So
extreme.
the extreme, yeah. Like there's a really
extremists.
like you hear people say like you don't see Jews and Christians going and fucking doing suicide bombs. Maybe you do see some Christians these days. There's been some weird like alt-right terrorists.
Yeah,
lately.
a lot of those are false flags. Like the new one that they're labeling, this guy he like stabbed somebody. I didn't even read too much into it, but basically they labeled him as an alt-right extremist who stabbed someone based off of whatever their religion or color. I forgot what it
And
was.
he didn't even vote for Trump. Or
Yeah,
something.
and he was a Bernie supporter, and it was like,
Well, I think that's
pro-
it's a problem with the world today. Everybody like wants to use everything. Sometimes shit just happens. Whatever
Yeah.
happened to just being a crazy person that
Yeah,
wants to
yeah,
kill people.
exactly,
It's
yeah.
not like
They make everything's a race or religion.
Yeah,
type
everybody
deal.
wants to use every situation to further their narrative, and it's fucked up. But that's why I mean, like, it's a war of ideas for me.
Yeah.
Because like,
Oh.
inside the Muslim Arab community, I feel like you have to connect with the vast majority of sane, good, loving people, so that they all can we can all denounce these.
It's like
nut jobs.
it's like entire countries where they're just brainwashing all their children at a young age. You know,
Mm-hmm.
this is our God.
I wonder which country they're talking about.
This is our religion.
Dude,
you know,
didn't Ethan just give Madison shit for implying that he could have been like influenced at a young age to hold the beliefs he held, and now he's co-signing this?
I mean, yeah, and this is a clip from 8 years ago, and Ethan will
Yeah.
say that he's changed, but like, I'm
But
sorry.
Would that make Ethan a Nazi for agreeing to that back then?
I mean, that's also just yes, in his own logic, it's much more extreme than anything that was said by Madison, like by far. Like,
I honestly don't even think she should have apologized for that.
No, she shouldn't have.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, actually,
nothing wrong with him.
That's something I probably should have asked you about. Fuck me. The thing about fucking saying from birth that Jewish people are like indoctrinated to support Israel. Maybe the wording might have upset Ethan. You could have said
Maybe the wording.
You could have said that the wording, but at the same time, anyone who's pro-Palestine must appreciate that kernel of like how many Jews there are on social media who are like, I had this really strong Zionist upbringing. Here's how I've left it. This is what it's like for me. Just like, wow.
You know, now that I remember, there's there's an audio snippet of Seth Rogen saying like exactly that. He's like, like Jews, like we're taught from a really young age to like support Israel, like it's a safe haven, we need it. Is Seth Rogen a Nazi for saying that? Like it's not even just applicable to Jewish people. Like there are tons of different. Nobody is everybody is susceptible to indoctrination or believing certain like nation building narratives and myths. Like I'm Southern Italian, and like from a young age, you just learn like, oh yeah, the Northern Italians don't like you. That's something that you just kind of learn at like a young age. It's not like it's obviously like a racist, like stupid shit. I don't know what anything about that, but that's like that's a narrative that like was around me growing up, like as a young kid. Like nobody is immune from indoctrination. So it's just weird for him to accuse her of being a Nazi for saying that, Israel, the state that does everything it can to like indoctrinate young Jewish people. You got birthright trips, you got like propaganda organs in the US like the ADL, you got Stop Anti-Semitism, Canary Mission. Is it that far out of the realm of possibility to say that, okay, young Jewish people might have a range of factors influencing their beliefs regarding Israel? How the fuck does that make you a Nazi?
Yes, that is the most Nazi anti-Semitic statement that I've ever heard, because no, all of that stuff, any Jewish person who speaks about that is a token Jewish person. They don't actually care about any of this shit, they're literally just an evil extremist. It's like, for me, it's kind of like, it's just a crazy thing to just ignore, like, that even if you may be upset, as I say, surely you must appreciate that there is quite a bit of truth in that. But like, once again, I feel like all of these old clips just point to the fact that like Ethan said, sorry, I was really racist a couple of times, and never examined anything he said. And the first time, like, this happened for a lot of leftists and it's, it's said to have split. It's in kind of like British, like the Western left, not just British, but in like Western society, there's been a split of either people who are like willing to confront what has happened in Palestine and the fact that people aren't like colonized barbarous savages as the British Empire used to portray them, but rather they have like political wills, desires, like all of these things. Like this terrorist label, by the way, there are people who write about this. The terrorist label is basically given to remove any like political economic concerns or anything that goes into people's militant actions. Like it just does. It just does.
Yeah.
And in the same way that in like, this is something that people mention, in like white Western society, like people are always like, well, this person did a killing because they were mentally unwell. Like you recognize the context of, and that's a political thing, like mental illness and stuff. And like you can examine how, and obviously we don't really, but like in Britain, it's like, oh, we've closed a lot of our psychiatric things and blah, blah, blah. How we end up with like situations where there's like people who are mentally disturbed, like going out and doing violence. There it is. But like what I'm saying is, when it comes to terrorists, you never consider the political ramifications. They're just evil. They're just terrorists,
Yeah. I mean, like the terrorist lens of analysis is not really something I operate with. Like, I'll use the term terrorist. Usually it's like a by your own logic thing. Like I'll call like the IDF terrorist and I'll be like, well, how do you define terrorism? And usually they'll say like, oh, targeting of civilians, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, then by your own logic, the IDF is like the biggest terrorist organization in the region. That's when I kind of like, will use the word. But I just think terrorist is such like an ambiguous concept right now. It's not really something that like I use seriously unless I'm kind of like, using it in an ironic way. Yeah, like I think it's just like a dumb, an easy way to get out of having to have like a conversation about why certain people act the way they do. Like what material conditions force people into acting the way they do, picking up arms and, resisting violently. That's a more interesting conversation for me.
100%. And I think as well, there's a great essay on this and there's a great concept. I think it's by a guy called Paul Richards called The New Barbarism Thesis. But Dag Tuastad talks about it as well. He's just like, terrorism. The word terrorist is a form of symbolic violence against the Palestinians, because not only do they have to fight against the actual oppression, they have to fight against the symbolic oppression that they face of their entire political cause, their justifications, the development of militancy amongst the Palestinian cause. Like, people are just like, well, Hamas, so bad for the Palestinian liberation movement.
Yeah.
But it's like, how the fuck do you end up with Hamas? How the fuck do you end up with a militant Islamic group after the secular Palestinian national movement fails? Like, the Palestinian Islamic national movement was pretty fucking marginalized. Like, yes, the PLO would have been and were Muslims, but like, even the enforced hijab comes in part during the first Intifada, and there's a great essay about, like, it's called like The Hijab and the Intifada by Rema Hamimi, maybe, or something to that effect. It's a very good essay. But she writes like quotes from people in Gaza. So when people used to wear the hijab, but it mostly denoted like class and just like your history, and like it was mostly worn by women in camps. But like during the first Intifada, Hamas and its allied, well, Hamas didn't, it would have been the Mujahma and Hamas, but like emerging Hamas were like enforcing it, and she complained that the secular Palestinian nationalists didn't do anything until it started spilling over to the West Bank. And like, it's really interesting. It's really interesting to look at like how you get to this point. But now we just live, no, terrorist, evil, savage, make women wear hijab, bad, Palestinians bad. And it's like, there's discussions in the Palestinian liberation movement about this kind of stuff, but you just want to denigrate this and degrade it to nothing more than Arab Muslim do terror.
Yeah, exactly. I'm downloading these essays that you just mentioned.
They're both fantastic. I'd highly recommend the New Barbarism thesis. Yeah. And also the Hijab and the Intifada is really good.
Yeah, I like his. I remember your essay that you shared with me. You sourced him before, and that's what put me on.
I really like that essay. We'll go back to the question. So how has like I'm curious about the like how political intersectionality, how the issue of Palestinian sovereignty intersects with the politics of your lived reality, both materially and sociologically.
For me, a lot of it. I'm a big Che Guevara guy. He's a personal hero of mine, and there's a good quote by Guevara where he says, "An injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." So that's like a personal mantra that I'll abide by. I also have like just family members that have their own history with American imperialism. Like my girlfriend's family had to flee Chile because of Pinochet. So that's where a lot of my personal kind of grievances are. And what better example of an active settler colony than Israel, the one that the West funds and runs cover for. Can you what was the question again?
How does that how is it intersected with your lived reality, both materially and sociologically? I mean, I feel like that was kind of like a perfect answer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean in terms of like speaking about.
That's where it is. Like, I mean, materially, I'll be the first to admit I'm very privileged. Like, I don't have to worry the way, obviously a person in Palestine does. So like for me, my material conditions are not necessarily at risk, but you also have to ask yourself, like, eventually, do I want to live in a world where ethnic contentions are solved by creating these little ethno states? So that's another thing that kind of keeps me going, criticizing this project, and this particularly the left wing flank, the liberal flank of the Zionists, who think that the answer to this is to create two ethno states. I'm not okay with that. I don't think anyone should be, especially someone who is principled in their supposed progressivism or adherence to Enlightenment liberal principles. That should be unacceptable. So for me, it's a matter of principle. It's a matter of seeing like my loved ones in facing American imperialism, what it did to them. How they had to uproot their lives, move somewhere else. Still, like, the trauma of that is something that a lot of them have to deal with. So that's what kind of shapes a lot of my specifically anti-imperialist work.
Definitely. I mean, yeah, that's a very interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. And then I guess there's actually another question, which is also something kind of similar, which is from both of us, but I'll ask it to you. If you've had any success in convincing someone in your life to support Palestine, and if so, how they did so. I guess with you, it would be different with a lot of your family already coming and being predisposed.
So yeah, my girlfriend's side is like diehard, like leftist communists. Like they lived in Cuba for a bit, love Fidel Castro, love Che Guevara. Yeah, like I didn't really have to do any convincing there. When it came to my friends, like I said, I had a friend who was a big Ethan Klein fan, funnily enough. And she originally, her original stance on, Israel Palestine was to be receptive to what Ethan told her or what he would say on his show. I was able to get through to her pretty efficiently. Like it's not that hard either. Like I just made her watch, or she just watched a couple of my videos and was like, "Oh wow, fuck Ethan, this guy's a piece of shit," and she no longer likes him, right? So I think when you're dealing with people who are willing to kind of like change their mind and aren't already ideologically captured or emotionally attached to a certain political orientation, it's possible, and with this issue I'd say highly likely to change their mind, because you don't have to look any further than what Israel is doing, what they're saying themselves. Go click on like an Israeli official's Hebrew tweet and like translate it to English, and you're done. You're radicalized. That's all you need.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like my family, my parents are like my dad in specific is like pretty fucking based. Like he'll like sometimes I'll like check on him. He's like watching like Norman Finkelstein interviews, like the whole thing, and I'm like, that's pretty based. He likes him. He likes Chomsky. He thinks like they're cool. Sometimes I'll see on like Instagram, like he likes like Michael Parenti lectures, talking about like dude, that's fucking based. So for him, like he's I would say very on the right side of this issue for sure. My mom is like a very maternal lady. Like for her, it didn't take much convincing. Like you see the babies being killed, that's all it takes. As that's all it should take. And she's everyone in my life is pro-Palestine at the moment.
Yeah, I would say I've had similar experiences. Like my family, I've mentioned this before, I'm sure. Like my dad used to, obviously he would read my essays about Palestine when I was at university, and because like to, spell check and grammar check them for me, which is a thing that I'm very grateful for and was a very lucky thing. I mean, that's a privilege that I know that some people I was at university with didn't have. But anyway, so I obviously it was more through reading that than through like the activism I've done. But probably the most exciting and invigorating thing I have around that is when like I'm at a protest. I remember a girl came up to me and she was like, "I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you," and I was like, "Oh, thank you," because she'd like,
hell yeah.
It's obviously like a different thing when you kind of like post TikToks basically, because TikToks are like a much more short form thing that are all of a sudden bringing people into it and like seeing what you're saying and doing and like just responding to the news, and obviously that access to a very young generation. And the nicest one I ever got was this Saudi Palestinian who'd grown up in Saudi Arabia, or was like maybe half Saudi, and she said like before and previously, because she'd like also grown up in the West, she'd never really spoken to her Palestinian grandparents about it. And so she sent me a message saying, "Oh, you've helped me connect with my like history and culture," and I really liked that. That was really nice. She was like, all of a sudden I talked to my grandparents about Palestine so much more, and it's interesting, that someone who's not like Palestinian, could like have an impact like that, which it feels, rewarding.
Dude, that's so nice.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
And I think if there's anything meaningful about all of this, it is converting people and making people pro-Palestine and influence those around them to talk in a positive way about Palestine. And that's always what I say. It's like, when people are like, what can we do? It's like, I think actually education of those around you is much more important than you realize. Like making someone unequivocal and to feel confident in Palestine and to never be able to be challenged, to know that they are right. And I think that actually that's probably the thing that I wish Madison could have gone in with like more strongly, to not have given ground, to have just been like, I'm comfortable in this. And that's kind of, the point of having the conversation, to think like, no, these points that you were told are Nazi, anti-Semite, deranged, crazy, are not. That you're looking at someone who is actually pro-Israel, who is unwilling to change or confront anything,
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, fuck, what was I gonna say? 'Cause my background, like my work prior to this was in music, right? So that's probably where in my life I still have a lot of people who are Zionists, pro-Israel. And that's not because like, oh, there's a bunch of Jewish people in the music industry. Even the people who are not Jewish are Zionists. That's probably like the last compartment, I guess, of my life where the people who surround me are not pro-Palestine. But that's also the reason why I kind of dipped out and I don't really even make music anymore. I haven't kept tabs with many of those people. When I do start to get back into it, like I don't think there's any way I could work with a Zionist.
Yeah, of course.
There's no chance.
I think
I would
that's
never.
so much harder than like art post October the 7th, really, to like work with.
Yeah.
You know, especially liberal Zionists. I feel like it really does and has
Yeah.
exposed it in a way that people are much more aware of now. The final question I got was, when Palestinians have been liberated, is it possible to carry the momentum into other struggles, whether it be for liberation struggles or the fight against mass surveillance, AI replacement of human labor, or climate collapse? What do you think about that?
I think so. I think the precedent set with every liberation movement is really important. So I think when advocating for Palestinian liberation, it's useful to be able to point to, say, the FLN in Algeria and their success, or the ANC in South Africa and their success. And, you know, I look forward to the day when we can point to the Palestinian success in their struggle in overcoming apartheid and occupation. You know, like there are other movements that, you know, need attention. They're facing similar sort of occupation, similar sort of like off the top of my head, West Sahara comes to mind.
Yeah.
The Polisario Front. I think that's how you say it, right? Polisario Front.
I know-
Polisario Front.
Yeah, yeah,
Polisario Front. So you know, like there's always that precedent that is set when you have a successful national liberation movement succeed, that you could then point to. And if for no reason other than winning the war of ideology, the ability to argue your points succinctly and to point to a success of an analogous liberation movement is very useful. So when it comes to Israel, if we were unable to point to South Africa, like I did earlier, and point to, you know, the inability of even liberal white South Africans to embrace a one person, one vote system, and, you know, point to the fact that things worked out, you know, they didn't get bloody. There wasn't like a massacre of white people when apartheid ended. If I wasn't able to point to that, I would have a harder time convincing people to when I'm advocating for Palestine. So every national liberation movement that succeeds is useful. It's useful to point to, and, you know, it's good.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with you on that, especially if you look at like if you look at the One Democratic State campaign, like organized by people like Ilan Pappé, that's literally what they talk about. They're like, Palestine must be like a, you know, evidence for a democratic future for the rest of the Middle East.
Yeah.
And I also believe that that's like a big part of what I advocate and proffer in comparison to someone who's like a two-stater, in comparison to someone who's, you know, like a... someone who like tries to frame the Middle East as like all the responsibility of Iran and hates on leftists the whole time. The fact is the problems
Isn't
of
that Ethan? Didn't that Ethan do
Yes,
exactly
yes.
that?
The fact is that the problems of like average Middle Easterners are not solved by going Iran bad, get that out,
Yeah.
and then good, because most people are still under dictatorships that are totally unjust, that are totally unfair.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna end the stream here because I'm knackered. I'm very tired.
Yeah, man. I promised a friend I would do one thing. The people who are watching, I have a friend. Her name is Dahlia. She lives in Gaza, and she is currently like suffering with some health issues. She has 3 children and a husband who is also sick, and they're really struggling to pay their rent. So I will, if you guys are in a position to help her out, I will post her campaign. I'm gonna tweet the link after I finish this call. I'm gonna post the link on my Instagram story after I finish this call. And I'll, you know, if you guys can, it would be very helpful. I talk to her very often. I know that these funds really do help her. So if that's
Yeah, I mean, do you want to send it to me now and I can put it in the stream link?
that would be incredible. Let's do that.
Well, like, yeah, I can put it in the.
Help Dahlia. Here we go. I'll Discord you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I texted it to you.
Perfect. We'll add it to the donation thing as well. It is there. It is there. Thank you. Okay, well, thank you so much for coming on, man. If everyone wants to check you out, I mean, they know you're Overzealots, but yeah, your most recent video is about the ADL. Next one is about, or have you not decided yet?
It's gonna come out on Saturday. It's about
nice.
it's about the Nobel Peace Prize, and I guess it's called "Why Do Evil People Keep Winning the Nobel Peace Prize?"
Oh, nice. That sounds like a great video.
Yeah, I actually have a segment on Menachem Begin in it.
Oh, of course, he won it for Camp David, right? The original Camp David.
Yeah.
The 78 Camp David. God, that sounds brilliant. Maybe I'll watch that on stream if you don't care. If you don't
Yeah,
mind.
bro, you can watch whatever you want of mine. No problem at all, ever.
Well, thank you so much for coming. Have a
man.
great rest of the day.
Let
Great
me
to
know.
speak to you.
Let me know when you want to do it again. Thanks for having me.
More than happy. I like doing it. It's really interesting. Would be interesting, especially when like South American stuff's going on. If you ever wanted to come on and talk about that, that'd be great and helpful for me.
For sure.
But yeah, have a lovely rest of the day. Great to see you as always.
You too, man. Have a good one. Thank you, bro.
And everyone, go show some love, support if you can. And sorry, I just started moving.
Don't go watch my commie shit. Go help Dahlia instead.
yeah. If you can support, please do.
All right.
Well, thanks, man.
Love, bro.
You
See
too.
you, man.
Speak soon. Right. I should probably turn my camera back on just quickly. Video capture device. Activate. You'll be getting crazy with it. There we go. I'm back on. And the incognito is there. God, what a stream. It seems, by the way, that in spite of like a huge break, that the numbers are going back up, which is nice and definitely vindicating. And I know it's part of the Ethan streaming and stuff, but we're going to have a big ass fucking stream tomorrow of just covering Jeffrey Epstein. My God, the problem with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff is people like are going to be sending me, why haven't you reacted to this? Why haven't you reacted to that? Why haven't you reacted to this? Blah, 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 blah. But there's so much to do. Thank you all for coming as always. Big streaming day tomorrow. Thank you. See you guys soon. Cultural takeover of the West. Like, are going to be sending me, why haven't you reacted to this? Why haven't you reacted to that? Why haven't you reacted to this? Blah, 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 blah. But there's so much to do. Thank you all for coming as always. Big streaming day tomorrow. Thank you. See you guys.